Oh my god! That wasn't that scary. Wait, am I not doing the right one? No, I think it's the right one. Okay, we're fine. That wasn't that scary. Shit, my cock! It's just a tutorial, but still. Oh god, there's another one! I'm gonna die! Okay, I'm using my right hand this time.
Their sacrifice brought him nothing.
Ah! Well, time for a new game. That's a really I don't like smoke the weed, but like the fuck me in the cunt.
The woman was too stunned to speak.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of scared right now. I'm not gonna lie. Does it have battery? Not that it's not that.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
Whoa! She just got yoinker doinkered, pocket fucking boinkered. Holy shit! Oh, it's one of my guys.
Take a look around.
Ah, shit.
We've been mistaken.
Ah!
Are we about to
Fuck
kiss
me.
right now?
God damn it.
I just came by to say that I adore you and
One more, and we're done. Honestly, Maury, I really do enjoy him. Happy Saturday. We made it to the weekend. Happy weekend! Who was first today? Japan first. Zombie not first. Japan, mwah. Luffy, mwah. Ubu, mwah. Escape, mwah. Rooster, caw-caw, mwah. Kid is a button, mwah. Seven, mwah. Call me Rogue, mwah. Max, mwah. Luffy, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Ren, mwah. Glue, kazoo, mwah. Shabby, mwah. Rootsy, mwah. YBZ, mwah. Thank you for the 4 kisses. Again? Rootsy, again? I'm always down to celebrate you. Everyone put mod love emotes in the chat right now. What's up, Vile Striga? Welcome in. Hello, love. Hello. Get your wet nose off of me. What's up, Glue Kazoo? What's up, Leon Idays? What's up, Monkey Bug? Hi, everybody. Beaten by a second. Hi, Sammy! I hope you guys are doing so good. Happy weekend. What's up, Toad? Thank you for the mod love. Leon, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Amaya, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Close lobby stay. Probably, yeah. Because I don't know if I'm going to play some killer today. Sushi guy, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm really tired. I don't know. Like, I literally just woke up from a nap. I almost canceled stream again. But, you know, we're here. I love a shirt. Thank you. It's from Spirit Halloween. From a couple years ago, but I think they still sell it every year, I think. Good morning! Oh, good morning! Good morning! Look at Yoki! Thank you for the forehead kiss. Why are you so, like, attached to me right now? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Scary teeth. Scary teeth. My hands are wet. Mina! Ellie! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Hi, Dragon! Thank you for the forehead kissy. He's like he wants to sit on my lap, but I'm up. I'm up here. You're down there. Okay, can you go? Go. Go. Okay. Anybody want a dog? Oh my god, sushi guy. Wouldn't that be nice? Did you guys go to, what was it, Christmas? Ween? What is, it was like Christmas spirit. Oh my god. Save image immediately. Oh my god, Loki, that's so good. I can't. That's good. That's being shown at family dinner tomorrow, by the way. What's up, Loki? I'll take him. Anyone can have him. What's up, the fox? I love the emote. I didn't what? I forgot what I asked. Go lay down. Go lay down. Or who wants... Do I have treat redeems on? Someone redeem a treat so he'll leave me alone. Oh! It was called Christmas Spirit? Was that what it's called? I'll trade him for Ellie? Wait, you'll give me Ellie? Why, what's wrong with Ellie? Oh, man. Loki, that was perfect. It's so funny. Christmas Spirit Halloween? Oh, you didn't go! Aww. Thank you for redeeming tweets. That's why you're my favorite. She's a crackhead. Do I need 2 crackheads? This is what you wanted. This is what you wanted. Because you saw I brought these downstairs, and these are his favorites. Nice. Jesus. He's like, finally, treats that I like. Boop. No, you have to work for it. Because you didn't eat your dinner. You didn't finish your dinner. So you have to come. Come. Right here, Boop. Come here. No. If you don't come, you don't get one. Check out about photos. Shut up. He's big. Oh, do you want to see him again? Hold on. Here, you'll get another one because Boo is being a fat ass and won't get up. Would who be a good survivor? All right. Oh, chill. All right, up. Oh, okay, nice. Big boy. Big boy. Oh no, Max! I'm so sorry. Did you try to turn it off and on again? Did you try to put it in rice? I'm joking. What's up, Haku? Wolfie, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Yeah, this is what Charlie's made out of, by the way. If you're curious. Those are the ingredients that make up Charlie. Haku, mwah, thank you for the 4-head kissy. Man, Max, I'm so sorry. That's so frustrating. I hate when technology doesn't work. Yeah, that's what he's made out of. Those are his ingredients. Can people join you? I don't know if I'm going to do joining today. I don't know, because I'm super fudgy and tired, and I don't know if I want to deal with it today. I love doing open lobbies. I just don't know if today's that day. I'm really struggling today. Archangel, mwah, thank you for the 4-head kissing. Although, good to know that you play DBD, though. We are going to be giving away... oh, shit! Oh, my God. Guys. Guys, there's a giveaway! Hold on, let me make a message so that we can pin this. I'm not angry, I'm depressed. Oops. We got the recipe! Thanks, Leon! We got the recipe! Guys, type hashtag Jason, enter the giveaway. It is for any platform. So Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, Xbox.
Hello.
Oh, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome. Wait, really? DBD and Fortnite? Holy. That's awesome. We're going to just have it just be one giveaway code, and I'm just going to pull the 4 winners from the pool of people that just joined the one time. And then there will be one person that I'll do a giveaway in the Discord, and I'll do it for I'll have people react in the, my next, like, weekly recap, which will either be tomorrow or Monday. So I did save one for the Discord just in case people can't make it to stream today. Graveside! Thank you for the 4-head kissy. I won one of the 13 IGN Live giveaways. Wait, what's that? What's that, Fox? Congratulations! What'd you win? It says 13, so I'm assuming it's Jason related? Sorry, I can't see right now. Hi, Graveside's Kitchen! Happy to be here. Sorry, I can't see chat. Oh, what are you doing for your dad, Max? Oh yeah, happy almost Father's Day. I'm blind. No way! A Jason Universe hoodie, a t-shirt, a mask, and an enamel pin. That is so cool! I'm so happy for you! I have a cool mask. I have no clue where I got it from, though. Agumon. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Love your name, by the way. I used to be a big Digimon fan. Hi, Graveside and Graveside's Kitchen. Do I still have my Digimon cards here? Oh, yeah. I only have 2. I don't know where any of the other ones are. Cries in Canadian? Wait, why do you cry in Canadian? What happened in Canada? These are the only Digimon cards that I own. And they're from the 90s. No, I'm not a big anime person. Chainsaw Man's anime, right? I'm so lame. Maddie! Mwah. Vicious Mixin. Vicious Vixen. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I think I did the for the mwah a little too early. I don't want to talk about it, alright? I'm tired. Oh, Max, that sounds so cute. Stop. That's adorable. Alright, the fan's going on. What's happening? Oh, guys, do you mind if I try a new G Fuel? Because Ugoyle's really tired. She wants to have a G Fuel. Okay, this is the lowest setting. Why is it so high? What the hell? Oh, Boo's here. Okay, Boo. Oh, did I just hit you? No, not you. Not you. No. Boo gets this one. You've had 2, Fatty. Well, now I have to give you one, or else you get sad. But just know this is your 3rd one, fat ass. Raven, do you want to get punished? Hello? Because I do that for free. Hello? Raven! Didn't you already get your badges? Your stinking badges. Raven, thank you for giving us up to Game J and JJ. Guys, enjoy your emotes. Raven, enjoy your badges. Vicious Vixen is what it's called when they mix up some yummy cookie dough. Yummy cookie dough. Always. Also, I did see a bunch of people in chat enter the giveaway, but I want to call you out. But hello everybody who is here. Awful Gamer. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Alright, we did get a new G Fuel in today. We got 2, but I know which one I want to try. I'm so excited! Yes, Raven, I'm so glad you got your badge. I'm so glad you got your stinking badge. Your badges. If you guys like gift a sub, it's the DBD badge, like the checkmark badge, and then if it's 2 subs, it's the Jason badge. Yeah, so there used to be one back in the day a couple years ago, and I never watched The Boys until a couple months ago, and so I never requested the flavor because I was like, well, I don't really care for The Boys. I've never seen it, so why would I ask for it if I'd be like, I don't really care for it, you know? And then I started watching The Boys. I haven't finished it yet, so no spoilers. I haven't finished it yet. But I started watching it, and it's so fun! It's so good! I understand the hype now. Also, Keenan. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. But yeah. G Fuel sent me The Boys Compound V, and I do believe it might be the 2.0 formula. Oh! It's the first time this has ever been in one of the boxes. I have to look at the shaker first. Shut up! It's Compound V! This is so cool! Focus. Focus. Oh! This is so cool, and it's steel. So it's like the new Ghostface and Scream and Scary Movie shakers. Oh, there's still water in here. Holy shit. Don't worry, it's just water, not G Fuel. Oh, so cool. We're not going to drink out of this today, though, because I already have water in here. And then... Let's go! Cute sticker. Stickers! Wait! There's more. I hope so, Zombie, because I'm so tired. Zombie, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Has it really, Max? It's been so nice here. It has not been raining at all. It's supposed to rain tomorrow, I think. Oh my... Oh my god! Okay. Alright, there's Compound V, and then there's... just for the stickers. That is so funny. Oh my god, G Fuel, you've done it again. Oh my god. And it's so nice because now I have something with Carl Urban on it because you guys know I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan. Also a big Doom fan too. Shout out to Doom because everyone hates on Doom, and I think Doom is like one of the best movies that's ever existed. This is Compound V, Berry Coconut Lime. Berry Coconut Lime. There we go. Oh, are you talking about the milk Loki? That's so funny. Oh, that's awesome. I love those stickers. That makes me so happy. Of like the 5 episodes I've seen, I know what that is. I hate it here. Raise your hand if you've been personally victimized by having to see, what's his name, Anthony Starr drink milk on The Boys. Also English. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, girl. I didn't even need my X-Acto knife. You are my favorite. That's so funny. What's up, Kai? Kay. I do that every time I see you. Every time I see you, Kay. You get a new username. Oh, I thought he was fantastic. Mortal Kombat. I actually wore my Mortal Kombat shirt yesterday. That's so funny. I thought he was fantastic. I thought he was just his character in The Boys. Oh, really? Man, I can't imagine that was like an easy thing to do, like without laughing. All right, so what flavor is this again? Berry Coconut Lime. So as you guys know, I am not a big coconut fan, but if it's mixed with other flavors, like how Miami Nights is, or I can't think of anything else that has coconut in it. But if it's mixed, okay. Oh, I'm just remembering, I just brushed my teeth. So it's gonna be minty berry coconut lime. Yeah, being an actor is like definitely for a different breed of people. And I'm drinking out of my favorite shaker because I'm depressed, and it's little things that make me happy. This is the Sour Gummy Worm shaker. It's me favorite. All right, so Compound V, The Boys, Berry Coconut Lime. Such a great cover too. This is probably like one of the coolest collab arts ever. Oh, it's so good. Minty, because I just brushed my teeth. I don't taste any coconut. Thank God I don't taste any coconut. Oh, you want to see the stickers again? It tastes like if I took American Smarties, not Canadian Smarties, but American Smarties, like the dusty, fruity candy, and I crushed them all up.
Pix love.
That's what it tastes like. Oh, we gotta put them in the back. All right. Rogue, thank you for the 8 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes. Your ad-free view and add your sub badge. All right. So these are the stickers that come with it. So we have the octopus. We have just Compound V. And then the breast for last. Milk. Aw, this should have been milk flavored. How funny would that be? Ugh. I still would drink it. I would still drink it. Should have made this, like, have, like, a nipple on it. No, Bravo Penguin, no! Thank you, of course. So thank you, G Fuel, for sending this over. Use code KITTEN for 30% off. Oh, my God. That was so funny. Call me Rogue. Thank you so much for the 8 months. That is so sweet of you. Also, Faith Ladybugs. Mwah. Bravo Penguin. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. The dinosaur ass. Shut up. That's so funny.
Hello.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Want to say you're looking extra cute today? I wanted to say... No, you! Shut up. The stickers are so funny. Cobalt! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. See, I hope you had such a good birthday. Now put it in milk. See, Raven. See. In the past 2 days, and I have in the past like 2 years, I found a 5-year offer in relation. Really? Yeah. Don't use it unless you have multiple ones. Kay. That's so funny. Oh, you see Shrek or Shrunk? Close to a year, and then you're gonna go into my binder. Oh, let me change my flavor of the day. Compound V. The beast will soon assemble. Is this even in stock? I wonder. And you go to the store. Do your thing, chicken wing! Oh, also the Jujutsu Kaisen one is in stock now. The Jujutsu Kaisen new 2.0 G Fuels in stock. Compound. Oh. It is! Okay, so the collector's box is in stock. So it comes with the tub, the shaker, the box, of course, and the stickers. So it is in stock. Good to know! No. Lightning just lit up my whole room. Ah! Scary. Clicky. Yeah, who wants to get written up to the principal's office so I can type out like a memo or something? What else is there? Oh, throne gifts. I received some throne gifts. I want to open this one because I think this one's for Boo. Leon's bones! Mwah! Think of the forehead kissy. Who's this regulation hottie? This is Charlie. I'd say he's more handsome than hot, though. Me, mommy. Kiyoshi! Mwah! Ghost gremlins. Mwah! Think of the forehead kisses. Okay, so this should be... Okay, so this is from Ghoulishly. They are good boys. They're the best boys. Hi, Ghost Gremlins! So this is from Ghoulishly for Boo's birthday last week. Boo just turned 4 years old. Ah! Oh my god! You can't have this. This is your Boo. Boo's birthday. Is your name Boo? Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. They both reach for the gun. Reach for the gun. Da, 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 da. No, it's not your birthday. Your birthday's in December. Boo, are you a good boy? Are you a good boy? Say happy birthday. Say thank you, Ghoulishly. Say thank you. Girl, I got nothing for you. You've had 3 treats. So cute. Oh, thanks, Panda Pants. I got this from Spirit Halloween a couple years ago. Ah! Oh, he squeaked. Get it, Boo. Good boy. So I think there's like another toy inside that toy. So if it gets destroyed, there's a smaller toy inside of it. It is so cute. I'm just gonna die. Go lay down, Muffin. I'm sorry. No toys for you. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry, my love. Oh, he says, but Mommy, what about me? Your birthday's in December. You have to wait, Muffin. Look at how cute your brother is, though. Yeah, get the pufferfish. Get it. So cute. So cute. Okay. I think this one's for Mommy. I know, he does look so sad, but he had 3 treats, so he's fine. How's everyone doing today? I'm doing okay. I'm just so tired. It's the depression. It's really bad right now, but we're working through it. We're working through it. How are you doing, Ghost Gremlins? I know, but he's okay. Go lay down. Go lay down. Look, the boo. Oh my god. So I don't know what this is. So I don't know who this is from. Oh! It said no wrapping paper in there, by the way. Oh my god. Okay, so this is from Jade. I'm gonna try really hard not to cry. Because I really wanted this. So, Pokemon Center collabed with Bubble Bar to make, like, the cutest jewelry ever. Like, Pokemon-themed jewelry. And Nightshade Jade got this for me. It is an Eevee bracelet, and it's so cute. Oh my god. So I had a bunch of really cute, like, Pokemon stuff on my Throne wish list. I think there's, like, some Pikachu stuff, too. And then I got this, this Snorlax ring. But yeah, this is from Nightshade Jade from my Throne wish list. So thank you so much. I gotta put this on right now. It's so cute. Hi, Spartan! Also, everybody do the Dino Dance. Dino Dance. Everybody do the Dino Dance. Awesome boy. Mwah. Ban. Mwah. Think with the forehead kisses. Anxiety and insomnia. Oh my god. I'm thriving to think about getting the Switch 2. Oh my god. I love that. I love that for you. I hope you do get the Switch 2. How do I get this off? Oh, here we go. It's like Fort Knox. Oh, I'm so excited. I wanted this so bad. I love Snorlax. There's a ring. And I don't remember. There's something else for Snorlax too. Muffin, what are you still doing here? Mommy's giving you nothing. Wait, why would I ban you? No, go to bed. Sleep is so much more important than my silly little streams. That's why I almost canceled again. Because you guys know when, like, you get like really depressed, you just all you want to do is sleep and nothing else. Peter, the horse is here. Oh my god. Yeah. What color is it? Is it blue? Or can you change the color? Oh my gosh, she's so cute. Left hand or right hand? Right hand, right? Oh, oh my god. Oh, look at the little Eevee. Oh, it's so cute. Thank you, Jade. Wait, saying what out loud? That you're a good girl? Did I say that? Oh! That's right, Spartan. Mwah! Think of the forehead kiss. Oh, Peter. Peter, the horse is here. Ooh! Oh, wow, Gremlins. I like that. That's a good deal. Oh, what did you want for your birthday, Cobalt? Fruitsy, no. Oh my god, I wanted this so much. Thank you so much. This is the nicest piece of jewelry that anyone's ever given me, including from any of my exes. So, as far as I'm concerned, Nightshade, Jade, and I are now dating. Just don't tell her. Panda! Panda! Mwah. Think of the forehead, Kishi. I'm in danger! You guys gotta stop being nice to me. I feel, again, so fudging icky today. Like, I feel so icky. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Supernova! Mwah! Think of the forehead, Casey. Yeah, Gremlins, that sounds like a pretty good deal for me. To me. For me? To me? Yeah. There's 22 people entering the giveaway already. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright. Question. Just go DBD, or do you guys want to open up some Pokemon cards? Because I do have quite a few. Oh, okay, Panda Pans. Okay, cool. How do you enter? Do you see the pinned message? I'm not, like, trying to call you dumb or anything. I'm just asking, like, if people can see the pinned message. Just so I know. If there's, like, if it's bugged out. Hi, Willie! Oh, really? How was your birthday, Spartan? Oh, you can't see? Okay. No, you are not dumb. You are fine. I just know that sometimes the pinned message don't worky, and so I want to make sure that it is worky. DBD? Pokemon? 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 Okay. We'll open up some Pokemon cards. Alright. This is just empty. This. Oh, ah! I have an ETB, and I just got this in the mail today. So this is like a double pack, I guess. Oh, okay. So this is a double pack. So this one is Archaludon and Reshiram. So it's like a double pack. So it's 2 boxes. Oh, I see. Okay, so it is. Okay, cool. Well, that's cool. It looks like it comes with Surging Sparks, which is not one that I have opened a lot of. And I can't see what else. But it does look like it comes with Surging Sparks. And then I also have a Chaos Rising ETB. Fasting Energy? Oh, here, let's open the Chaos Rising ETB because I need more sleeves. Because I'm almost out of sleeves here. So let's do that so we can get some more sleeves from here. I just got 8 perfect order boosters. Oh, booster boxes? Oh, hold on. Before we open ETB, I have one more thing I want to open. Because Jasper's here. So, I got myself a little treat from Pokemon Center. And by myself, I mean my cats. And Jasper's here, so I have to see if he'll like it. It's about to start raining and it's cooled down like 15 degrees. Oh, nice! Cayman! Mwah. Also, thank you for the 30 stream streak, Cayman. Okay, I'm gonna open Pokemon cards, I promise. But Jasper's here, and I want to see. Oh, this is so cute, JoJo. Oh, it's huge. It's huge. Oh my Lanta. Good thing we're gonna be playing with Jasper, not Midnight, because this is bigger than she is. I know, JoJo. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sam! Sam scared stupid. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Yo! Luffy, thank you. I'm gonna open a Chaos Rising. I still need like the big, like the good Greninja, not the gold Greninja. Cause I think the gold cards are ugly. I still need the good Greninja and then Froakie, and then I'll be happy. But Sam, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. We are opening up the Pokemon Center Magikarp cat toy. Oh, you're Sam Jam FX! Yes! Oh my god, okay. I was like, I don't know this name, but I know that name. Sam Jam, or the artist formerly known as Sam Jam, congrats on the rebrand. How are you doing? How was your stream? What were you doing? How do I know when I'm entering the giveaway? Agumon, I did see you type hashtag Jason, so you should be good. But there's no, like, nothing bad's gonna happen if you try again. Oh, Subnautica, hell yeah. Guys, everyone go follow Sam. Sam, welcome in. I hope you're doing so good. I hope you had the best stream ever! If you need to go raid and run, do not feel bad by doing so. Please go get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pika, puka, stretch, get your ring. And if you guys are new here, welcome in. My name's... No. My name is not that. My name is PixelxKitten. And I am a DBD creator, and I love horror games, and I recently started playing Overwatch, and I open up a lot of Pokemon cards on stream. I don't know, I have ADHD, so I kind of like do a lot. But, oh, we have to cut this off. This tag is going to be so annoying. Yikes. The other night I had a great game DBD. One person was on hook and the other 2 were on the ground. I ran up and hooked the one in the killer's face. We'll make it. And then I got the other 2 up using Wigliff. Shut up. Were you solo queuing too, Willie? Because that's like Like, don't get me wrong. Like, that's an amazing play no matter what. But if that's in solo queue, that hits diff. I love that for you. At the end of stream, so we have 4 winners we're gonna pull, and then 1 in the Discord. I'll just do it periodically throughout the day. I would probably draw the first winner until we're at least like we have DBD open. Oh my god, Loki, that's so cute. My name is. Sorry, my cat was being a naughty boy. Also, Sam, if you're still here, we are doing Jason giveaways. Behavior gave us some DLC codes to give away. We're going to give away 4 codes today. Yippee! So you just have to type #Jason into chat, and you'll be entered. But here, we're going to go catfishing. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, you too? Oh, I used to have another cat toy that when I moved into my apartment, they gave us like a gift, and they knew I had cats, and so it had a cat toy, and it had a little laser pointer on the butt, and I don't use the laser pointer anymore because it's really bad for dogs, and so he thinks this is the laser pointer toy. As you can see, Exhibit A through Z, why laser pointers are not good for dogs. No, this is no laser pointer, honey. It's just a magic card. Just a magic card. No, cat toy. This is cat toy. Cat toy. cat toy. No, boo! No! Alright, well, Jasper, you have to share. Do you mind sharing? Do you mind sharing your present? This is so cute. Yes! Yes, get that giveaway in. Sam, you were so sweet. I hope you had the best stream ever. Oh, thank you so much for the raid, guys. Truly, welcome in. Oh, and you got to see the new Mandalorian movie, too? Hell yeah! Hell yeah. That's awesome. DJ, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Oh, True Shinobi! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. This is just an animal toy. He keeps looking for the red dot. No, there's no red dot. Jojo. Do you see me just hitting him in the face with this? You do. He doesn't want to play because the dog's right here and he's scared of the dog. I could do this really for the rest of the stream. I really could. It's just so cute. Alright, well, do you want to play with Boo's birthday present? Oh, it's wet. Okay. Ah! It's so wet. DJ, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. See, this is super cute. It's like, oh, there's a sticker on there. It's like knitted. Like, it's like crochet. It's super cute. I did cut off the tag, though. Because the tag was, like, egregiously long. This is so fun. This is so cute. I don't know. I'm, like, so easily entertained. Duncan! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Duncan! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Alright, well, I don't know where to put this. Oh, I guess we could put this here. Yeah. Okay, now we'll open some Pokemon cards. What's up, July? Good to see you tonight. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you. That's really sweet because I did almost cancel stream again. Yay, more sleeves. Yippee. More sleeves for the no hits that I get. Willie! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Duncan! I hope you're doing so good tonight. Another Finikin. Alright. So what do we got? Was it 8 packs? 9 packs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 packs. What's up, Schwag? You bless the packs. If I had a nickel for every time someone blessed my packs. Oh, and then a Froakie shilling. Pokemon. Shillings. Alright. Go here. Alright. 9 packs. I gotta go. No, do your thing. Do your thing, Chicken Wing. Alright. Let's shuffle them up. Alright. So what do I want out of here? What do you guys, anyone who's collecting cards, what are you guys looking for from Chaos Rising? I'm looking for any of my frogs. I already have the Frogadier, and I have a Mega Greninja. So my ultimate pull would be... Froakie. Wow, why'd that open so nice? That was, like, really nice how that opened. Froakie or the Mega Greninja, like, SIR, but not the gold. I don't know. I don't like... the gold ones are kind of ugly. The one that was flipped? Oh, the one that was, like, that was backwards in the beginning? I don't know. I shuffled them. I don't even know where it is. Alright. What is going to be the energy card? So, guess the energy. It's either going to be blue, yellow, red, brown, purple, green, black, or white. Water, lightning, fire, fighting, psychic, grass, dark, or metal. Electric? I don't know. Maybe dark? Water. I hate the gold ones. I love the old gold ones, Ghost Gremlins, from like 2020, where they were gold, but then like maybe like this. It was gold, but like the Pokemon itself was like colored. I don't know. It just looks ugly now. Hey, Daddy! Mwah! Thank you for the 69 kisses. Yeah, the nostalgia is so nice, isn't it, Schwag? Do you have any good stuff? Any good stuff? Hey, hey, hey! What did I say? I forgot. Psychic? Grass. Anyone say grass? That's alright. I'll allow it. Jinx! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. I can never get a kissy again. Alright. Mareep. Donphan. Wimpod. Trubbish. Ninetales. I love this Ninetales art. It's so pretty. Prism Tower. Metagross. Kakuna. Matata. Someone flashed back to me 2 minutes ago saying the one thing I want is the Froakie. Oh. Are we okay if I don't open any more cards? Because I'm really happy right now. Oh, here's the last card. Ah! My second favorite Pokemon! Ah! Are we okay if I just don't open any more Pokemon cards? Because I'm really happy right now. Shut up, Luffy! I'm trying so hard not to cry. So, Froakie is actually the name of my car. I know, you're such a weird girl. I know. To shock up nobody. Oh, this is the only card I wanted. I'm really happy right now. I'm so glad I streamed today. Yippee! Oh, man. Oh, Jinx! Jinx, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you're okay. Did I give you a kissy, Jinx? Mwah! Sorry, I'm kind of crying a little bit. Oh my god. This is so pretty. Holy moly. Well, I still need to get the Greninja SR, but I have a Greninja card from here. I think it's like a Greninja IR. Holy shite. Like, that is so pretty. I don't even want to open any more cards because I've peaked. I've peaked. Oh, wait, is Dragon Set Ablaze here? I need to show him this. Oh, okay. Well, maybe we'll open the rest of these later. Maybe in between each DBD game, we can open up a card. If that was the flipped pack, I don't know. I shuffled them like a schmuck. The full art cards do hit diff. You go here. And the wrapper here, because I keep all those because I'm a freak. Oh my god. Alright. Oh, I can't wait to show my brother! Yeah, it's like, what's the point of opening anything else in this ETB, you know? Unless there's a Mega Greninja SIR in here. But, oh, Jasper, no. I do also still have each of Charizard. Words are hard. And then I just got this in the mail today. The Archaludon and the Reshiram box. So I do have a good stock of cards to open in the future. And of course the rest of this ETB I still have to open as well. But I guess we'll just start playing some DBD, I guess, right? Anthony! Mwah! Think of the forehead, Kissy. Big old W. Big old W. So happy. Where'd it go? Okay, there it is. Hold on. Hold on. Actually, let me text my brother really quickly. Oh, you like the boot cam? Let me text my brother. Oh, just pulled my chase. Yippee! Oh, Danny, cat or dog? Jordan! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead, QC. Look at how we're doing so good. Also, hi, Angry. You got a really good clip of me crying to the shock of nobody Pixel cries over Pokemon cards. If it helps, the dogs have already had them today. If it helps, you can choose whatever you want. That's an ugly picture. Let me get a better picture of this. That's so much better. Sorry, I'm posting this on Twitter too. I'm really happy. Oh, I love it, Sam. Jinx, I saw that. I hope you're okay. Did I give you a hug already yet? I think I gave you a hug when I read that earlier. Hug. How goes the weekend? Terrible! How are you doing? I'm doing okay. I'm just trying to hang in there. Like, my depression's so bad. I went, so I did cancel stream yesterday because of the depression so bad. I don't know where to put this. And, so I canceled stream yesterday because I was going to go hang out with my dad because I just feel like I need, like, human contact or something. I don't know. I just feel like I need something. And so I canceled stream because I was going to go hang out with my dad. And then I remembered that I had groceries coming. And I was like, and a part of it was, like, I had some yogurt in there and some little Snickers ice cream bars and something else cold. Oh, pineapple. I had like, cut up pineapple that was coming in my groceries. And I was like, fudge, I can't leave because my groceries were going to get delivered. And so I just stayed at home instead and slept. And I did a little bit of, like, cleaning / organizing. Not a lot. But, yeah. It's just, like, I'm glad that I canceled because I was not okay. I'm still not okay, but, you know, your Goyle's gotta work. Hi, this is from Danny. Say thank you, Danny. Rat! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, Akuma, you can be like, I was there! Pixel's version of a god pack is so cute. Thank you so much for that, Loki. But yeah, I'm hanging in there to the best of my ability. But I hope you guys are all doing okay. And if you guys aren't, you're not alone. And I know I say this a lot, but you can't have good days without bad days, right? Can't have a good days without bad days. Also, Tronic, mwah! They go with the forehead kissy. Rat, did I give you a kissy? Mwah! You got another one? Got another one? So from Danny. Say thank you, Danny. Oh, thank you for not biting me. Oh, we can do our first giveaway too. Now that I have the game open. All right, last one. Say thank you, Danny. Did you see like his little head come up? All right. Vámonos. Oof. Na 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 na. All right, we're our first winner. Rogue. Hugs. Hugs. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's that would send me. I'm hearing 13th and 14th recent. What am I doing? Oh, giveaway. There we go. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. In a good way. Oh, well, good is always good. Rose! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Guys, type hashtag Jason in chat if you guys want to enter the giveaway. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Sorry. My chat. Oh, I'm glad that you have some other babies with you, Rogue. All right. We're going to do our first winner. Remember, we have 4 winners. Oh, okay. Cool. Thank you, Rootsy. Guys, get your entries in if you want to enter. And we're going to pull winners from the same pool of entries so that you guys don't have to, like, re-enter every time. Remember, you must be following. You just got to be here to claim your prize, just so it's fair to everyone who has entered. All right, ready? You ready? Hi, Mr. Ware. Mr. Ware. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Willie! Willie, I know you're here, Angel. Willie, congratulations. Remember, we still have 3 more. 3 more winners to do today. And there'll be one in the Discord too. Oh my god, these emotes are so cute. Look at. Oh, those are yours. They're so cute. Willie! Mr. Ware, hope you're doing so good. Jinx, I was gonna guess if maybe it was a human. Willie, I'm gonna send you a whisper on Twitch. Copy. Congratulations, Willie. Oh, come on! I'm glad you said something. I'm sure all of my mods were just about to like. Oh, come on! Thank you so much for clarifying. You're so sweet. Rigged. Don't get me wrong. I love when like my mods are like I don't know. I love when anybody wins, but it's particularly funny when mods win because everyone's like rigged, and I do have to show my screen every time. Oh, also, you know, just in case people think she's lying. There's no other entries, no other winners. It's just been Willie so far. So far. I want a refund? No. But also, thank you to Behavior for gifting these codes that we could give away. I declare shenanigans! Don't worry, we still have 3 more codes to give away. And we still have 1 more to do in the Discord this weekend. Oh, yeah! Okay, so I got this email, but I saw in the Discord that it's been having issues. So let me check my email and see if I can... Nikki, shut the front door. Thank you for the almost 2 years. Thank you for the 23 monthlies. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes ad free view and thank you so much. Oh my god. Jeeper golly gee whiz. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. Does it say that it's broken? Hold on. Let's see if the code will work. Oh, wait. Is it still broken though, Gremlins? Nikki! Mwah! Think we're the forehead QC. Hold on, let me check the Discord really quick. Yeah? Okay. Because I know as of like a couple hours ago, it wasn't working. It is still broken. Oh, okay, well then I'm not gonna try it then. Thank you, lovely. Oh, also, with these Jason DLC codes, I think you have to redeem them by, like, September 9th, I think. Okay, let's make sure my screen was being shown. They expire on September 9th. So, Willie, if you hear me, you have to use it before September 9th. Which, I mean, I feel like most people will use it before then, but just in case, like, I don't know, you're on, like, a DBD hiatus or something. Yeah, sure. What's the 5 minutes? Alright, that's not doing. Hi, Candy! Candy, mwah, I think we're the forehead kissy. Ghost Loops, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. I hope you guys are doing so good. Have you seen the creator Fancy? Fancy Man? Yeah, I saw you've been using his emotes. We love Fancy Man in this house. What do you mean, Ghost Gremlins? People are saying that the code to redeem it that you get in your email isn't working. I was just thank you. I got it from Spirit Halloween 2 or 3 years ago, or oh, maybe even longer. I don't know. I think they sell it like every year though. Yeah, we'll keep this build. Someone remind me that I have inner strength, though. Alright, and then add now, no add in game, because it's going to start in 2 minutes anyways. But the DBD does know that the code's not working, though. Oh my god, so this is supposed to button up? Oh! Twin! No way! Same outfit and everything. Hells nah. What do you mean, hell no? You know, I will change, actually, because I don't want to confuse the killer. There you go. Oh, wait, should I go back? Should I go back? Okay. Works! Oh my god. I got scared because they said, oh, hell no. Oh, I'm gonna die for this V, just so you guys know. Oh my god. Oh, thanks, Derpy! Derpy, thank you for the congratulatory dicks! Hi, Pyro! Pyro, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Derpy, thank you so much, homie! Oh, that's what I was gonna say. This shirt was supposed to button up. My tits are so big that if I button it up, oh my god, hold on. I have to like move my body a certain way. Like, look at how open it is. And then if I do the top button's fine. Like, top button's fine. But it's just this button. Oh no, the boobies are too big. That's why you're depressed. That is so funny. It's a Jason! Tig old biddies. Hey, you have inner strength. You know what? That is, I really appreciate that, Rootsy. Thank you, because I will forget. Yo, what's up, Donnie? Donnie, how the hell are you? But, oh. But seriously, Derpy, thank you so much for the 200 bits. You're so sweet. Sweetie! Sweetie, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Guys, it's Sweetie's birthday soon, by the way. Be gay and do crime. Anything for you, Angel. Do I have anyone who can give a slutty little shout out for what? The dirt face and the hello sweetie. Por favor. Yeah, I hope you're doing so good, Donnie. What's the next chase? I don't know. I opened up my first pack for my Chaos Rising ETB and I put the rest of them away. I was like, I'm good. I got what I wanted. Derpy, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Happy Pride. I love you. Oh, yes, Agumon. I am loaded up as killer right now, but I'm doing the play while you wait feature. Oh, that's alright, Angry. I appreciate that. Oh my god, how do you call me a little slut? Hold on. I'll get you guys a shout out when I get hooked. Which I'm sure will be shortly. Sorry, Mods. I got you. Been thinking pain res. Oh. Oh, friends to the end. Oh no. So friends to the end, Surge. Oh, thank you! Oh shit, thanks, Rootsy. Rootsy? Hold on, my Twitch chat's going too fast. She needs to open up her chat on her phone. Oh good, he didn't break that door yet. Oh, the hitbox on that's insane! Yep, I thought so. I thought so. I thought so. Right, meow! And that is a threat. Because I already have the mouth that's... Sorry, I mean that with love, by the way, not with hate. Wait, what did you end up naming him? Loki. Hello? I love Bubba. What's your killer main? Twins. Twins is my favorite. Donnie, what the fudge? Donnie, I think we're getting sub to Purple Muppet. Purple Muppet, enjoy your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. And Donnie, if you don't have it already, enjoy your DBD badge. The River song, shut up. That makes me think of Baldur's Gate. Enjoy your lucky turkey turkey! If you're streaming tonight, have the best stream ever. Oh, really? Well, that going right over my head. Hi, Cheryl. Big fan, by the way. That's so cute. Hi, Jesse. Thank you, Angel. He's gonna come right back, right? Oh, really? From Doctor Who? Oh, which is why Sweetie needed to know. Obviously. Cool. That's so cute! Who's my survivor main? Ace! We love Daryl, though. Thank you. Thank you, Angel. Yeah, Ace... Nia... I do play a lot of Hattie. I've been doing a lot of V recently, though. I don't know. Did Shaq get done? Oh, inner healing! Leon! Leon! Nia, Claire. Wait, what was the supernatural name? You mean Leon's moans? Charlie. That would have been good. I'm a big fan of that. Mostly because my dog's name is Charlie. And Felicia Day, obviously. Yes, it did! It kept the whole package, Willie. Isn't that cool? Congrats on your win. Oops. Oops. What if I just... Damn it. Why am I so bad at this video game, guys? That's right. It's my warm-up game. She just got on. Let's just stay as far away from the hook. Whoa! I like you because you try for silly things. Sable, Cheryl, and Jeff. Now that is an interesting combo. I like that. What's up, yup, yup? Isaac. Oh, no way! No way! I haven't played Dead Space in so long. And Henrik. See, I'm not familiar with Bloodborne, but I do know Dead Space. Holy, that's awesome. I feel like I'm just gonna go right back to Shaq. I kind of just want to avoid Shaq at this point. You know what I mean? That's so cool, though. I've been rewatching Supernatural since we've been talking about it. You're going for the unhook, right? Well, I kind of want to go for the unhook too. Wait, I want to go for the unhook too. Wait, me too. Me too. I want to get my conviction. Alright. Maybe he'll chase me because he knows I'm bad at this game. No. Where's Rick? Where's Rick? Rick's over here. Rick! Where's Rick? Rick. I'll heal your love bug. Why are you like kind of like lagging a little bit? What's your ping? You don't want me to heal you? But my conviction, Rick! Oh, maybe he has adrenaline. It is really good. I mean, it's subjective, right? I think it's good. I think my biggest frustration with Supernatural, and here before I get canceled, my biggest frustration with Supernatural is, like, every episode, like, the brothers, Sam and Dean Winchester, like, there's a lot of inconsistencies with that, with like the writing and how the brothers act each episode, and it's really frustrating. It's like each episode, one brother or another is on his high horse, and they both like trade off on. Whoa, shit nipples! They both trade off on like what's important to them, and what they fight for, and what they stand for, but then they both like aren't consistent with their beliefs. I don't know. It's really frustrating. Oh, damn. How do I describe? Listen, I'm not wrong. Like Dean will try to save Dean will try to save a demon, and then will like criticize Sam for being like Team Ruby, and then Sam will, I don't know, it's there's a lot of really inconsistencies which like piss me off. It's so annoying, but it's still a good show. It's still a good show. Xena and Buffy. See, that's awesome. The only reason why I would want to have kids is to name them after like really cool popular culture references. I've seen creators do things like when they get codes, they put it on a community post just in general, low live stream or video or anything, and then they just wait for the first one to get it. Oh, that's cool, Agamon. That's pretty cool. Oh my, I just finished the episode. I'm a big Trickster fan. I think, I can't remember his name, but the actor who plays Gabriel is super fucking fine, and I'm obsessed with him. It's the later episodes that are more jumbled. I refuse to acknowledge the final episode. I still haven't finished it. I still, oh, my love! My love, my love, my, oh no. Well, he doesn't know which one's which. Oh, good. I love this Jason. He plays so fair. I am scared though. Because I am Deathhook, and I used my heal already. There's friends at the end. Yep, there it is. Yep. Nutmeg! I've never seen Breaking Bad. Oh, I fear this might be it for Pixel. Yeah, I fear this is it for Pixel. I fear this might be it for Pixel. Girl! Nah! No! Stop knowing how to play this video game, Jason. It's pissing me off. I'm so scared right now. Oh, sorry, I got scared. Because he is like a little mind gamer. I wasn't sure if he was gonna like pretend like he's going after Rick and then like go get me. Oh, let me heal you, let me heal you, let me heal you, let me heal you. Oh, okay, that works too, that's fine. I've never seen Breaking Bad. I want to. I how many seasons is Breaking Bad before I commit to it? Yeah, I could agree to that. I could also agree to them just being like, I'm not gonna say it's lazy writing, but I could definitely agree that, well, they have like such an arsenal of like actors there, and they're like so attractive that I feel like a lot of people kind of forgive and forget the inconsistencies just because like of how pretty the actors are. Okay, there was blood here. Where did they go? Ooh! Where are my friends? Okay. She's gotta find a totem. Ah! Yes! With ramen? Yum. Not gay enough. Ooh, I forgot about that. Is he gonna come for me? I don't know. He might. Yep. Shit nipples. Yeah. Damn. I forgot about friends at the end. Yeah. He's such a good mind gamer. But, to be fair, this should help everyone live. Hopefully. Hopefully. Not gay enough is so funny. You know about Dastiel, right? I honestly, Max, it'd be so funny. Like, I would totally agree. So I started watching Supernatural well into its adolescence. I was a late bloomer, I guess, when it comes to Supernatural. And oh no, my love, no! Oh, twin. Oh man. GG's. Very fun game. GG's. Oh, he had thwack. That's what it was. I couldn't remember the perk that he was using. He had iGoop. I love iGoop. Oh, these are my 2 add-ons. Yippee. GG's nerve damage. So fun. See, Ghost Loops, that's what I want. Yeah. I want Sam and Dean. I think they'd fit. Yeah, I've been watching it while I've been, like, sleeping. So there's a couple episodes I've been missing, but... Alright, first killer game of the night. Sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I love Lucifer! I've rewatched that one a couple times. Shelly said Goldie? It's me! Jessica! Thank you so much for the resub! Enjoy your 90... Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Thank you so much. What the hell? I love Lucifer. I think, you know what? One of my favorite parts about the show Lucifer is that in the show, a lot of the people are like, you know, a lot of the actors, and I'm guessing here because I didn't like look them up or anything. I didn't IMDb them. But a lot of the actors in that show, like, take Chloe Decker, for example. She's a very beautiful woman, you know? But she's not like some 18-year-old or 20-year-old. Like, I assume she was like in her like late 20s, early 30s when she started filming that show. And I think that's what I really love is that it's so nice to watch a show where like people are like not babies and they're not like 19 years old or 22 or 23 years old. No offense to any like youngins in here, but it's nice to see someone who's like, you know, my age, you know, doing things. I love Dan. Dan is like my favorite part of that show. Dan and oh my god. The religious chick. Dan is so funny! I love him! Do you like anybody in that show, Rootsy? Jason's tricky to get around, isn't it? Yeah, Lucifer's so good. He's so boring. You're boring. You're boring! I love him. I love Amenadiel. Maze. Oh my god. Without Maze, there is no Lucifer. Guys, I don't even want to talk. I don't even want to talk about this game anymore. I just want to play. I just want to talk about Lucifer. Oh, Amenadiel, so fun. Maze. There's nothing straight that I could say about Maze. There's not a single straight thing I could say. House Slashing is our first game. It's our first game. Hi, Devil Dog. Oh, Linda. Linda. Remember Kane? What's his name? Not Kane. Yeah, Kane. What's his name? Wasn't he like in Smallville or something? I never saw Smallville. Hello, friends. Hello, this is not... Sorry, that was weird. Weird little verbal stimming out there. What is your playstyle, lovely? Oh! I wasn't even there! That's alright. I'll let you have the one. Whoa! Oh! Wait, am I getting... Wait, did you get in again? You did. Okay, so she has quick and quiet head on. Alright. 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 Now what if I... Ah, you're lucky there's so much corn there. Oh! Hey! Oh my god! There's so many of you! Hey. What if I... missed? Now, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Degna, 5 subs? Are you serious? Look at the 5 gifted subs with the fudge sticks! Whoa! If you guys got gifted something, make sure you say, thank you! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, Degna! I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Guys, my first down. Yippee! And a raid! What is happening? Human Raptor, thank you so much. What's up, Heisenbergs, guys? If I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. Holy shiitake mushrooms. What's up? And 170 days chemo free? What? What? All good? All good. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss here. Oh. What is happening? Human Raptor, how was your stream? Oh, but that would have been so cool, innit? All good. Congrats on being 170 days chemo free. I'm so happy for you. Oh, okay. Cool. That works. Oh man, can we get a collective fuck cancer in chat? I'm so happy for you. Panda Monster, mwah, all good, mwah, BJA, mwah! Thank you for the forehead kiss. He's wonderful! No way! Congratulations! That is huge. Very happy for you. You know, we're just gonna break that. Because I was trapped. Fuck cancer! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Heisenbergs, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Sorry, like, I'm really not locked in right now in the game. I'm so sorry. Oh, holy. Oh! I disagree, but that's okay. Triple fuck cancer. Hey, you know what? I agree. Actually, I think I might just do this. You know? You know? Oh, they healed already. Holy. Oh, wait. Were they both here? Oh, hello, love. Hello, love. Fuck cancer. Hell yeah. Congrats on 200 followers. That is so cool. I'm so happy for you. What? Next goal, 500. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If anybody needs to go raid and run, do not feel bad about doing so. Please get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pika, poo, go stretch your drink. Seriously, thank you guys so much for the raid. Thank you for the gifted subs, Degna. Also, Degna, I may have missed your color if you did tell me, by the way. Also, I did see an Alice. Alice, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Perfecto. Salmon! Perfect, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Don't let me forget that. Whew, guys, I'm stressing out. You guys are so hot. Thank you so much for the hype train, too, by the way. I love my... Oh, he's so gonna call... what's it called? Nowhere to hide now. Yeah, nowhere to hide. Oh, that's so unfortunate because I could have swore he was gonna dodge, but he didn't. That's alright. Danger Dan! They go to 7 stream streak and show you lucky turkey. Thank you so much for the raid, truly.
Lizard.
Oh, you know what? I think someone might be in here. Let's test it, just in case, you know? Because he is running by the lockers, so it made me think, you know? You know what I mean?
Lizard.
Oh, damn. I really want this Dwight.
Lizard.
If I got headed on there, I would have cried, just so you know.
Lizard.
I would have cried. Thank you guys so much for the stream streaks. Holy. Thank you guys so much. What the heck? I'm so sorry. I'm trying so hard to pay attention, but it's like my brain, no brain.
Lizard.
Enough. I need to get this gen done. Oof, damn it. I look stupid now. Look at it. Oh, man. Holy. Thank you so much for the hype train, Jojo! I guess I can hook you over here. Yeah. Oh! Oh, Dad, did you get your Twitch badges too? There's the DBD one and the Jason one. You should have got both of them. Indeed, good. Ooh, someone's here. I know you're there. Finally! I got someone with my M2. Oh! Gee, I wonder what you did. Just to get rid of that. Hello, Dwight. My little juicer. This Dwight is so good. This whole team is so good, and it's stressing me out. Oh my god! Oh my god! She finally got it down! Oh, she finally got it down! Wait, I make me go, yeah, because you make me confused! Why be nice to me? Oh, Panda. Oh, it's gonna have to be a dog. I'm sorry. I don't think Jasper's here right now. Cool, Cam. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, QC. If I've missed anyone's messages or chat redeems, I'm gonna catch up after the stream, or after the game. I'm so sorry if I've missed anyone's messages. Oh, Degna, you don't have to lie to me. It's alright. You don't have to lie. I'm joking. Who is this? Ah, Turi. Hello, love. Hello, lovely. You don't make that? No! Yes! Meg's not here, right? There's no one's gonna be here? Okay. Like, I'm listening for any, like, foot stomps. This game was getting out of hand for me, and now it's okay. Ooh, nice. I can't believe I've killed 2 people? I thought I only killed the Dwight. Not bad considering I haven't been paying attention the entire game. This is really nice. I'll take it. Wait, this is Meg? I thought I was chasing Claudette. Wait, what? Now, why did we do that? This is her first hook? Oh my god. Did I tunnel? Okay, for the record, I was not paying attention. I'm so sorry. I accidentally killed somebody. Holy. Someone is nearby, though. How nearby are we? Oh, not nearby enough. Ah, I see. We're dying. Let's see then. Maybe they brought a hatch offering, maybe? way she found it. No way. Door and door. Oh, these are not too shabby. Oh, she's right here too. That's right. All I have to do is wait out the timer. I don't mind. You're a console player? Hell yeah. All I gotta do is wait out the timer. Damn it! Oh, that's right. Oh, that's fine. Oh, thanks, Goldie! I got it from Spirit Halloween a couple years ago. Damn it! That's exactly what I do as Survivor. Damn it. GG's! Very fun game. Stressing the heck out though. My love, oh, there were 2 head-ons? Luckily I only got head once. I mean, unfortunately I only got head once. Alright, hold on, let me catch up on chat. Did they give up? I think the Meg, I want to say they were either 2 duos or a quad, because the Meg gave up to let the Claudette try to get Hatch. Good morning, this is from Panda Monster. Sorry, I burped. And then we gotta get, oh my god. You love these tweets. Mommy doesn't have any more. After this bag, there's no more. What are you gonna do? I got like 12 of these bags because they were on sale after Halloween. Because they're pumpkin spice flavored, apparently. And it's the last bag that I have. Which means he's gonna hate me for the rest of my life. Yes! The giveaways are gonna be going until the end of stream, and there's gonna be one more giveaway that we're gonna do in the Discord that I'll post either tomorrow or Monday. Red, orange, yellow, salmon. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. What the fudge? Holy moly, guacamole. Yeah, I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. Okay. I think I caught up on the redeems, though. Yippee! But Jason and the Trickster... Oh my god, I've played that once. It did not go well. I have been a survivor on that map, and it went... Oh, okay. I think I still died, but it went okay. But yeah, I played a killer on that one once, and that was rough. Oh, you know what? I don't think I've done a cool cat yet. Have I done a cool cat yet? That's a cool looking cat. Do you want him? I'm joking. You've only done one? Do you love it so far? I think Jason's so cool. Oh, shoot. I think, was it Agumon that asked me who my killer mains were? I said twins, but it's twins, Nemesis, and at the moment, twins, in this order, twins, Nemesis, and then Springtrap, although Springtrap might get kicked off for Jason. I think I really enjoy playing Jason. Dagnet, thank you so much. Ooh, Wesker's definitely top 5. I think Wesker will finish the top 5 for me. Alright. Should we do a shot, Dagna? Should we do one? He's very fun to play as and to go against. Like, I know a lot of people are upset that it's like Jason. I totally understand. But that, I mean, this is like the 10-year anniversary. This is like the killer chapter that everybody and their mother wanted. It makes sense that everyone's playing Jason right now. Cool, Ashley! Mwah! Think of the forehead kissy. Do a shot! Look like came in the mail! Boo loves it, by the way. Charlie was trying to steal it from him. You want it? Oh. Why does it make it like... There it is. Destiny! Mwah! Think for the forehead kissy. Oh, you want it? He's so cute! You want it? You gotta want it. You gotta want it. Alright. He's so cute! Is it saying Pixel? Oh. Oh man. He's so cute. I can't even. Oh, everyone tell Ghoulishly how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. Ghoulishly, when's your next stream? So cute. Oh, Degna. Very important question for you. Oh shit, I had to clean up my basement. Fruit Loops vodka, Kraken rum, Pink Whitney, Malort, Tequila Reposado, Tequila Blanco, or Apple Pie Moonshine. Tonight! You gonna do some DBD? That was weird. Are you gonna do some DBD? I'm awkward. Oh, Degna. Vodka, rum, Pink Whitney, Malort, Tequila Reposado, Tequila Blanco, or Apple Pie Moonshine. Chloe! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kiss, you. Oh, this bracelet is so cute. I can't even. Which one is salmon colored? Shut up. You almost made me look. Pink. Oh, I was going to say Pink Whitney is probably the closest to salmon colored. And she does have the edible glitter in there, too. Ugh. So Dagna hates me, is what I'm hearing. I say that with pretty much any liquor you guys pick, though, if it's any consolation.
I hate Pink Whitney.
Which is why I got a 1.75 of it. Oh, don't spill a drop. Don't spill a drop. Oh, you're such a good girl. Good girl. I almost put this on my shot glass. Yeah, it does look the closest to Shalman. Because everything else is either like a dark liqueur or... Gasp! I did spill a drop. Bad girl. Naughty girl. Alright. Oh my god. Loki, these pictures are so cute. Ghoulishly, look. He's sleeping on the toy. Okay, hold on. Hold on. You're so cute. Can you lay down again, Muffin? He's so cute. I need to lay down. I just look sad. Alright, whatever. I'll get a picture. Sorry, I like to take pictures of my dog. Sorry, alright. Anywho. Tears. Shut up, Goldie! I'm not Nyquist. Yum! You're so cute. You're so cute. It hurts. My brother got my text. Yippee! Alright. More Jason. After this next Jason game, so we're gonna do a Survivor game and then a Jason game. After this next Jason game, we'll do another giveaway. Okay. Are you winning? Oh, always, Newt. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out with me. I really, really did not want to stream today. Not because of you guys. Just because depression sucks, man. It really sucks. And it's really bad right now. But thank you guys so much for being here and hanging out with me. I really appreciate you guys. Newt, happy weekend. Happy weekend, everybody. What's everyone got planned for the weekend? It is Father's Day, so for any daddies out here, happy Father's Day. You know what? I'm gonna get rid of Inner Strength and put on Bond. What do we think? I think that's what I've been missing. Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you, Glue. Thank you so much. Your kids help me. That is so sweet. W Kids. Glue Kazoo. I love your name so much. And then it's me, Jessica. You guys have the best usernames. Yo, yay! Yeah, do nothing. R&R. He's the father for Father's Day. Bet. Oh, you're sick? No! That what? You're not taking seemingly benign pills. I don't have health insurance, so I'm not medicated. I've never been medicated, unfortunately. Oh, no, I was when I did have health insurance. And it was great, but now I don't have health insurance because I can't afford it. Yippee! Kylie! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissing. So I think it's been since 2022 was the last time I was medicated. Oh, Destiny, were you almost naughty? Oh, no. That's funny. Hair pills. Oh, Destiny, I would have been very mad at you. That's what did we look at TCG? It was like 70 something bucks. Every place said, but you gotta put on weaving spiders. That's an invocation one, right? Oh, welcome back, Max. Sorry about stream breaking. You didn't miss anything. We're just in the lobby. Alright, let's get my stream back up so I can read chat. Okay. No fog? No Oh no, it's a Chucky! Well, guess we can get married so I can share my insurance. Yeah, okay, I'm alright with that. I am absolutely alright with that. That's a win-win-win for me. Oh, really? Is it okay? Like, are you okay, Degna? They had it in $50? What? What? Okay. Shit, can I be the best man? Yes. The pumpkin thing. What's up, pumpkin? Ah, think of the forehead, QC. The Fisher Price killer. Shut up. That's so funny. The pumpkin thing goes so weird. The sound of screams. Oh, can I be the flower girl? Yes, sir. Oh, really? I did. No way. Well, that makes me very happy, Degna. Is that the name of the antidepressant? Finasteride? What was I on? I don't remember. Someone smarter than me would know. Yeah, he's gonna come right here. But I'm gonna finish this, Jen.
I don't have time for this shit.
I don't have time for this shit either, Chucky. Ooh, good girl. Good girl, you get that. Whoa! Very good. I think it was Lexi Pro. Yeah. Is Lexi Pro the name brand or is that the off brand? I was on an off brand, and if Lexi Pro is the off brand, then I was on I was on that. If there's an off brand of Lexi Pro, then I was on that. It may have been off brand Lexi Pro. Yeah, then I was off brand Lexi Pro. Oh, Degna. Oh. Great. Now, oh, chill it. Yeah, I have that effect on people. I'm sorry. What was it called? It was like 2022 was the last time I remember taking it. So I think Lady Burb was still streaming. That's how long it's been since I was on antidepressants. I do think that they helped me, but unfortunately, I can't afford my insurance anymore, and you can't get antidepressants unless you have insurance, unless you want to pay like $1 million. Oh, really? I don't remember having any side effects, to my knowledge. Now, what the fuck did I do to you? You just tell me to dipshit! Oh, wait, what's happening here? What? I've heard a lot of people have had some really crazy side effects to Lexipro and other big names.
Help is on the way, dear!
Oh, so you want to fight right now? What's up, Sparky? Hello, Sparky Worky. What is up? Girl, did you wait until I went to second stage? Did he just wait for me to go to second stage? Welcome in, Raiders. What is up, Rain Dragonborn? What's up, DBD Filth? What's up, Goomba Noob? Hi, Sparky. What's up, Seth? What's up, NXT Crazy Jewel? What's up, Brad Clark? What's up, It's 9 Gaming? Hi, Kishu. What's up, Iva? What's up, you know, I'm just gonna give up on Hook. I'm on my, for the record, I'm on my first Hook right now. First Hook, by the way. What's up, Siora? Kishu. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, Casey. Hello, Sparky Walky. What's up, Georgia Fernandez? Oh my god. Hi, everybody! NXT Crazy Jewel. Mwah. Hi, Pixel. Emily. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, Kissy. Why are you guys so high, tall, talented, and handsome? Welcome in. I have no desire to play this game. I got left on first Hook, almost death Hook, and we just got raided. I'm good. I'm good. We'll move on to. Let me play Jason. Let me play my Jason game, Chucky. All right. Welcome in, Raiders. Also, type hashtag Jason in chat if you guys want to enter the giveaway after my next Jason game, which I'm in queue for right now. we're gonna pull a winner. I can't tell what's happening. I can't tell. I get scared shitless on Hawkins. Real. Oh, okay. That was a good game. I don't even blame Chucky for that. My teammates left me on Hook. Also, thank you guys so much for all the follows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All 5. Thank you guys so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Everyone go follow Sparky. Sparky, it is like 3, 4 in the morning for you. Can you go to bed, lovely? Can you go to bed? GG's less than 3. Continue. I did! Did you guys want to see my Pokemon? Wait, should we open? Should we open up a pack of Pokemon cards to celebrate? What's up, Emmy? So, oh my god, this is my chase card. This was my chase card, guys. And so I started opening Chaos Rising ETB, and this was the first card we pulled, and I said, okay, I'm not opening any more cards. That was the one card I wanted. It is an SIR, I do declare. Or it's just an IR. So we can open up another pack. And then we'll play a Jason game and we'll do another giveaway. Oh, but this was my chase card for Chaos Rising. It's what I wanted. I bought another Mega Zygarde box set with some singles masters. That's one of them being the full art Meowth. I ripped through the box and got the exact same Meowth card. I'll trade you. Dragon. What do you want? You want the Tauros? I don't want the Tauros. You can have it. Give me the Meowth. You're such a cutie. Do you want a kiss right now? Oh my god. I should introduce myself. Okay. Hi. Hi. I use him for views. Ignore the dog. Hello. Actually, ignore me. Look at the dog. Hi, my name is PixelxKitten. I have 3 cats and 2 dogs. This is Boo. He's the reason why people come to chat. He is a turkey. He's a frozen turkey. Oh my god, Tom! Everyone tell Tom how hot. It's Tom! Look, it's your dad!
Stop making the damn thing.
It's Papa
23.
Tom! Tom, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in! And thank you for the 23 months. I will cry right now. Thank you so much for the raids! This is my boy Boo. Oh my god, he's the best boy ever. Are you the best boy ever? Do you want a lipstick, Mark? There. Look. He's my boy! Animal testing. He is! Exclamation point Boo if you want to see what ingredients make up Boo. But thank you guys so much for rates. Everyone go follow Tom and Sparky. And if you guys need to go raid and run, please get your post-stream self-care. Please get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. But I also have 3 cats and another doggy. If I shake the treat bag, I'm sure he'll come. But, Boo just turned 4! He just turned bark, 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 bark. He just turned 4 years old last week. Oh! Sparky, what if I just was like, hi, Raiders. Welcome in. Only 2 raids. Oh no, someone's gonna think I'm serious. Wait, hold on. I'm joking. Do you guys want me to take a shot? Ugh, Raiders again. Oh my god. Now I have to sit here and be entertaining for people. Ugh, no hype. Oh, no! For the record, I'm joking. For the record. Oh my god, I'm scared. This is all an act. I used to be a theater kid. Ugh, no hype train has started. Ugh. I'm joking. I can't do it. A shot of water. Just for you, Stylegar? I hope I said that right. I've never smuggled Malort anywhere. Unless you saw me at the DVD party at TwitchCon, that I did. What do you mean it's not gaming? Whatever. That's really funny. Oh my god. What's today's flavor? Ooh. Today's flavor is Carl Urban's Ussie. Just kidding. Just compound V. Compound V. I also do want to say thank you guys so much for the follows. We do have anonymous follows on, but I do see all of the follows, and I'm so grateful. Yes, Sparky! It's in stock too. It's in stock. Oh, wait, do you guys want to see the stickers? No. All right, no spoilers because I haven't finished the season yet. I haven't finished season 3, but it comes with 3 stickers. All right, so here are the stickers that it comes with. All right. So we got Compound V, cool, right? But then it also comes with a certain love interest, aka the octopus. And then it also comes with milk. A certain love interest and the other love interest. So these come with the collector's box. I don't mean to like be like, oh my god, look at all these raiders. Hey, use my code. But like, hey, use code kitten 30% off. I haven't finished season 3 either. It's usually like my workout show, and I haven't worked out in a month. Yikes! It's the depression. Mango! Wait, what did you get? Wait, Mango, what did you get? Did you get Jason? Not Jason. Sorry, Jason's on the mind. Did you get Ghostface? Shut up, Tom. Oh my god! Thank you so much for the follow. I love your username. It's so fun. I need to finish it too, Georgia. Oh, and here's the shaker that it comes with. I wish it had like a little like nipple instead of, but you know what I mean. Oh, you got your merch cup. Do you love it? Yeah, we'll get around to it. I gotta work out again. It's been like a month since I've worked out. Yikes. No, you need to go to sleep, Sparky. Go to bed right now. Everyone say, go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. It's freaking snazzy. I'm so glad you won it. Also, hi, Makeup Bendigo.
Hello.
Thank you guys so much for the follow. Seriously, what the fudge? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And she was a fairy. Oh, welcome in. I love your username. I'm feeling I'm toasty right now. I'm about to get toasty. Oh, I did shake it up. I did put edible glitter in here, too. Good night, my pretties. And your little dog, too. Good night, Sparky. Yeah, go to bed, Sparky. God. Have I broken out my offensive British accent yet? Raise your hand if you're British. I can't wait to offend you. Oh, thank you. I got this as a gift from Nightshade Jade from my Throne wish list. It's an Eevee bracelet. Isn't it so cute? Oh, you're British? Oi, gov, now beans on toast. There you go. You can unfollow me now. It's so cute. How excuse you guys are. British? Oi, gov. Oi. here's my Connor impression. Oi, beans on toast. Oi, oi, oi. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Cheers. I'm so sorry. That was an impression. It was like having Connor on the same stream, right? You what, mate? It's too... What's some British slang? Oh. Ugh, I need to wash that down. Wanker! Wanker, that's a good one. Wanker. I like your shirt. Give it to me. I'd give you the shirt off my back, Tom. I would. It doesn't fit my boobies. Like, okay, hold on. I have to like caveman to close it. Should we see if I can pop the... Should we... I kind of want to see if I can pop the button. Is my dad in chat? Hold on. Hold on. She's going to look at her lurkers. My dad is in chat. All right, we won't do it. We won't do it. Sorry, Dad. I'm going to hear about this in family dinner tomorrow. But yeah, I can't wear this without the shirt underneath because she just, like, pops open. Everyone say hi to my dad. He's in the viewer list. Alright, we're gonna open up some Pokemon cards. Put a video in Discord. Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna open up a pack of Chaos Rising. Hi, Dad! I met Mom, too. Yeah, you're just waiting on my brother, aren't you, Luffy? Oh my god. I would cry if my dad watched my stream. I say so many sus things, but, like, my dad knows. Like, people who have met me IRL know that, like, I'm literally who I am IRL on stream. But just, like, I can't hide the tism as well in person. So, you know, things, I might just look sad a little bit more IRL. Eclipse, did you change your username? I love it. I love it. All right. When we open up a pack of Pokemon cards, you have to guess the energy card. So you can guess blue, yellow, red, brown, purple, green, black, or white. Water, electric, fire, fighting, psychic, grass, dark, or metal. I'll never guess anything but purple. Hope you're loving Jason. Ghost Loops. Fuck yeah. Oh, Meet 9 Gaming! Can we high five? Me too. I am autistic,
Hello.
ADHD. Wait, okay, I got diagnosed. Hold on. I got diagnosed, what was it, 2021 or 2022? With a Wombo combo. Anxiety, ADHD, and autism. So the AAA threat. Depression and PTSD. So yeah. Also, thank you guys so much for the follows. Mama J, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh my god, so I was in Dead by Daylight's, what's it called? Pride event called Into the Rainbow, and I introduced myself saying I have anxiety, ADHD, and autism. And someone in the Dead by Daylight stream typed, "Ma, pick a struggle." And so whenever I list off my ailments, we have an inside joke here where we just go, "Ma, pick a struggle." The whole package, yeah. Double A's. fact that you couldn't also have 80. Yeah, uh-huh. Lapis! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. What did I guess? Fire? Tom is a psychic. Tom, is there gonna be a hit in this pack? If there's a hit in this pack, I don't know. What am I gonna do? The scroll of ailments. Oh, really? I like the trickster, though. The trickster's fun. Did you really, Georgia? No way! Quilladin, Fantop, Braixen, Merip, Guliospod, Kaleda, AZ's Tranquility, Donphan. Oh. Special red card. Oh. It gets stuck in my monitor. It's literally stuck on my monitor. It's stuck on my monitor. No hit. You guys owe me 5 kitten subs. I'm joking. Please, I'm joking. Please, God, I'm joking. That was so funny. Alright. Alright. Let's play our Jason game, and then we'll do our giveaway after this. Double like the next person. How did you do that? I don't know, but if you paid me money, I wouldn't be able to do it again. Alright, we're gonna play a game with Jason. Oh shit! Add now, no adding game. If someone did, I'd probably cry. Oh, I'm serious. Oh my god. Think of 100 bits. You're gonna get punished. Do you want to go to the bad kitten corner? I'm joking.
Hello.
Oh, thanks, Dragon! Thank you guys so much for the follows. The next person that's nice to me is gonna get banned. Add now to end game. Please don't ban me, amazing streamer. I want to be in the next stream. I can't be mean. What do I do? Sit on your hands. Like a good little boy. Are you talking about my Ashby reference? Georgia, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. If I've missed anyone's messages or anyone's channel point redemptions, it's because I don't know how to read because I dropped out of college. Yikes. Yikes. Oh, this is my build, by the way. Whoa, dragon! A ghastly. I want a ghastly. I want a shiny ghastly. Airplane? Yeah, I'm not a good... What's it? Kamosa, do you say? Test taker. Yeah, so you know those TikToks of people go on the street, like, with, like, the little microphones, and they go, name a queer icon! And I'm just like, Obama, you know? Like, I don't know. I don't do, like, pressure very well. Hi, Rock Dude. There's my brother. Yeah. I feel like Obama could be a gay icon, maybe. I don't know. He was the first person that came to mind. Use me. Choose me. Love me. If that happened, I'd say me, bitch. That's funny. The Babadook? Oh, I've never seen that movie. Is that one really scary? Enjoy your lurky turkey! Okay, I love this map. Watch me get totally stomped on. And be like, oh, I hate this map. Oh, Darren, have you played him yet? Or are you going to tonight? Oh, hey. Leon! Something about me? I don't respect pallets. I treat pallets like how I treat my men. And I don't respect them. If you guys are okay with that. Kiki! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Where's the Mounts? He was here earlier. It's 9 Gaming! Thank you for the forehead, Yushi. Hello, Lara Croft. If that is your real name. There were 2 of you here. There were Dosey-Dos. Oh, where'd you go? Wah! Fuck. Oh, Kiki, I was doing so terribly this whole weekend, but I'm doing a lot better now. Like, as soon as I start streaming, like, life just gets so much better, you know? Wait! Did you not play Jason yet, Timothy? Did you enter into the giveaway? We are doing, we are currently doing... Oh, you are here. I know you're there. Hello. Ah, poops. We are doing Jason giveaways today, thanks to Behavior. Big fan. I was like, what if he kept going, you know? But we are doing giveaways today, thanks to Behavior. What? Fuck me. That was weird. No one said that. We're doing 4 giveaways today on stream. And then 1 in the Discordio. Oh. Mwah. You haven't had time? That's okay. He's not going anywhere. Are you still here, lovely? Oh, you are. Oh. Yay! Oh, how cool would that have been? How cool would that have been, is what I was trying to say. Oh! Oh, she's getting a little tipsy, guys. I've had 2 shots today. I've had a pink whip and a malort. This is what happens when you take every hook that you come across. Okay, Pixel, we're learning our lesson, is what I'm hearing. I have had this shirt for a couple years. I have, Egypt. But it is the perfect time for it. No? No? Leon! Oh, I need to find the Cheryl. Hello. Get me in chase. Thank you. It worked? Yes. Yes. As long as you typed it in, you're Gucci as a coochie. Oh, I was like, am I chasing somebody? I am. Hello, love. Ah! Ow! Calm down. Calm down, love. Also, Brat! Thank you for the forehead kissy from 4 minutes ago. Yikes. Oh, streamer. Yikes. Oh, wait, hold on. Chill. I know you're there. Yes! Oh, they got the done. That's all right. Oh, she's dead! Yikes. That was James Sunderland. It's one of those... We love James. I don't know. My javelin skills are kind of arse. Arse. You know what I mean? No, I want the Cheryl, damn it! Give me the Cheryl! Damn, love. How are we feeling about the nurse being as a cosmetic in the game? Or Hinako? Hinako? Is that her name, right? I'm saying that right? I'm not being, like, dumb? Yeah, I'm so heckin' excited. You are still not my love. What? Yes! Yes! I still can't find the Cheryl, guys! Cool. Oh, I can kill him! Okay. I can't find the Cheryl! Can I pick this up? Oh, I can! Oh, I did not know that. That's cool. I didn't know I could pick it up in his power. First time. Poor Jam Jam. What's up, Daddy Myers? Me's got to find the Cheryl. I'll find you eventually, loves. I hope that James is okay. Oh. There she is! Yeah. I don't care if Leon stays in that gen. I gotta get you. You haven't been hooked yet. I gotta get you, love bug. Yes! Yes, 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 yes. Just had the weirdest sneeze. Can you type it out for me, phonetically for me? Jade! Jade! Mwah. First of all, thank you for the forehead kissy. Second of all, I got a certain throne gift in today. I got a very, very certain throne gift in today. I cannot wait to share with you what it is! I know! Pinning against the wall is pretty hot. I know! This is my Leon impersonation. Fuck. Okay. Oh, she's trying to trick shot. Brett, what the fudge? Brett! Thank you very much for the brand new tier 1 sub. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and aid your sub badge. Well, fuck. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you one way. Maybe this year. I'm gonna see ya. I'm gonna get you one way. Fuck! Ja. I'm gonna get him. Thank you so much. How do I clip this without being sus? I will judge you endlessly. What? Alright, hold on. Let me get this M2. Hold on. Just chill. Just chill, Leon. Just chill. Let mommy get this. Ah! You weren't supposed to eat it. Actually, I am gonna hook him just so I can get some BBQ. Enjoy your lucky turkey! Oh! 9. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for coming over the raid. Everyone say good night, 9. Truly, thank you so much for being here. Also, hi, Music Kid. Hello, love. Everyone say hi, Music Kid. Hello, lovely. What? Alright, no, the next person, I said the next person who's gonna be nice to me is gonna get banned. Human Raptor, you raided earlier and you're sub-aid? So you're gonna get punished, is what I'm hearing. What? Okay. Pretend like that didn't happen. Ah! Pretend like that didn't happen. Human Raptor, this is for you. What happened to your skirt, lovely? Yes! You didn't see anything. Jeez. Yippee! we're gonna do a giveaway. 3. He has 3 different Moris. I know. Uno, dos, and he disappeared without a trace. Yeah. Yeah. Yerp? Yeah. Thank you so much for the brand new sub, Human Raptor. Enjoy your 90! Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. Guys, type hashtag Jason if you want to get into the giveaway. We're going to do our second of 4 giveaways. There it is. Our second of 4 giveaways that we're doing. Gasoline. I do love it. I do love it. Get in those Jasons! Oh! Whatever, Tom. That's so cool. Ugh. Tom, I love that for you.
Stop making the damn thing.
B0 Oolad Lizard B0 Oolad Lizard B0 Oolad Lizard
It is
B0
every
Oolad
console.
Lizard, B0
Every console,
Oolad
Lapis.
Lizard, B0
So
Oolad
Nintendo
Lizard.
Switch, PlayStation, Steam, Xbox, etc. Not mobile, though. R.I.P. Hey, type it again. If you guys aren't sure that you're entered, get your asses in here. Also, Denny Myers, take the Prime sub. Ah! Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Ugh. Whatever, Tom. That's so cool. All right. All right. Let's draw our next giveaway winner. Hey, Caldera! Are you here? I'm so sorry if I butchered your name, lovely. Are you here? I know you're there. Oh, wait. Did I say announce? Announce is drawn, undrawn? There we go. Are you here? Caldera. I hope I'm saying your name right. Are you here, lovely? I still need to get a 10-year anniversary shirt. I think I'm gonna get the shirt. You're here! Yes! Alright. I am gonna send you a message here on Twitch. A Twitch whisper. You have until September 9th to redeem this, by the way. So make sure you redeem it. ASAP! Congratulations! I hope I said your name right. I'm a tip by Max! Max, thank you so much for hanging out. We do have 2 more codes to give away, by the way. Dos más. Alright, there you go, lovely. Low-key Ninja. Alright, my knee-jerk reaction is to assign you the boys one, because that's what I'm drinking today, and it's so fudging good. It's so good. So that's my knee-jerk reaction. It's also a berry coconut lime flavor. A berry coconut lime flavor. But that's my knee-jerk reaction. Let me see what's in stock, though. Low-key Ninja, do you have any flavors that you're just like, ugh, I can't stand? Or you're like, oh, fudge, yeah, I love them. I'm on a mission to get 100% achievements and P6 all my killers. P6! Oh! I still need to 100% all the achievements. I'm really, really dreading that one nurse one. You know what I mean? That's nurse one. Oh, Jade! Jade, yes! Jade! It's the EB bracelet! I may or may not have teared up when I put it on because it's so fudging cute. And it is the most amazing thing I've ever had, and I will never take it off. Ah! What's up, Gecko? Hi, Gecko. So pretty. Almost as pretty as you are. Limeade? Unk is a lemon lime flavor, and it's so good. I don't know if they still have watermelon limeade, but I'm gonna throw that out there too. Where are you based? Oh, I'm Chicago. Oh, I'm Chicagoland. Yes, we do know Slothbag. We love Slothbag in this house. Oh, that's right. Oh my god. So I was telling chat earlier, Jade, that this is the nicest piece of jewelry that I've ever received in my entire life. So we're basically dating. So I may have said that earlier, and I said that Jade will have nothing to will have no. You won't be able to say no. Mrs. Gothic? Hello? Thank you for getting the sub to Scattered? Scattered, enjoy your emotes. Mrs. Gothic, if you have not already, enjoy your new Dead by Daylight badge. Yes, we are Chicagoland lovelies. Thank you guys so much for another hype train. It's our second hype train of the night. What the fudge is happening right now? Yeah, watermelon dynamite is such a good flavor. It's so yummy. Oh, enjoy your lucky turkey night. Seriously, get your shit done. I hope you guys are doing so good today. Oh, should we do a raid trailer? Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry. Pixel! Pixel! It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? Thanks for the raid. No, Gecko, you will regret it. Don't worry. You not do a shoey? I've done many a shoe. Many. Yes. I have a designated shoe that I do shoeies out of, and then I wash them. And I do shoeies out of, and then I wash them, and I never really wear them. Yeah. Lulu, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. I have 6 killer ones, so I said, oh my god. Yeah, I have quite a few. I have all the adepts, thank god. But I'll take a lick. Oh my. Oh no! Hugs, Jade. Yeah, same. I almost canceled stream again. Oops. This is my first impression. You guys generally have a really positive video. Oh, really? That'll change. You're so sweet. Oh my god! You're so sweet, Georgia. Don't be nice to me. Oh my god, don't be nice to me. I'll retreat. I'll come. That's very sweet of you. I have been very depressed. I canceled stream last night because I was so depressed. And I go through it a lot mentally. So we do a lot of masking here. But streaming helps me a lot. Streaming helps distract me a lot. Oh no, don't apologize. You're so sweet. Thank you though. Don't be nice to me. I'll come. It's true. Yeah. But streams help me a lot. The depression stays on during sex. Yeah, streaming helps distract a lot. So, thanks for letting me be distracted. Thank you so much for the follow! Ah! Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on. But I see you and I appreciate you. So, do the socks? Yeah, actually, that is a fact that if especially for women or AFABs, if their feet are warm, for anyone wondering, I used to manage an adult store for 7 years, so I know things, and it was corporate owned, so it wasn't like a weird one, okay? If you, the warmer the AFABs like person's feet are, the better her orgasms are. Just saying. Oh no, I do need a mask. Yeah, I do, because then I get really weird without it. You know what I mean? Not in a bad way. Yeah. So keep your feet warm. Keep your feet warm. It helps with the O's. Yeah, fun fact. Damn, my partner's supposed to have some warm feet. Hey yo, you heard what they say about warm feet. You guys are so sweet. Seriously, thank you so much. Also, don't forget to type hashtag Jason in chat. We have 2 more DLCs to give away. We're gonna be giving away 1 more in the Discord. Yeah. Yeah, if I unmask, people will probably, like, I don't know. People will be very mean to me, I'm sure. More mean than they already are on the internet. Thank you guys very much for the hype train. our second hype train of the day. What the hell? How you like that, don't you? Yeah, you like that, Serena. Oh, yeah. Good little girl. Shout out to Dr. Pong Linus. Shut up. What? 10 years old! Yeah! Oh, wait, so you've been playing since the beginning? I started playing shortly after, not me crouching like it's Jason. Twins was released. Oh my god, I thought you were just being funny. Ooh, let me heal! Let me heal! No! Oh, I wanted my conviction, guys. Oh. Georgia, you're about to get banned for being too nice. I'm joking. Oh my god, that's a joke, by the way. But you're so sweet. Oh no, she's gonna cry! I've never cried on stream. I've never cried on stream once, right, guys? Right? Oh, wrong scene. Sorry. I've never once cried on stream. Crying is for lame sauces. Like, not me. What did I do? This is not where I wanted to go. That's where she's going. Alright. That worked out. Exactly as I planned it. No, you! Since right before Myers? Oh, that's early, isn't it? Because wasn't Myers like the first, like, big IP that they got? I'm gonna start crying! You're so sweet. Seriously, thank you so much. And also know you. 2016! Thank you so much for the follow! Ah! Welcome in! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. She's gotta run away. She's gotta run away. Oh, she's so scared. Oh, that ended good. Okay. No, no, no. Run away. Run away! Oh, Taco! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss, see? Oh my god. I've been getting... Oh, we gotta go, love. We gotta go, love. We gotta go, love. Meg! Shite nipples. I thought he was gonna commit to the chase. Should I just go back to... Let's do this, Jen. Let's do this, Jen. Let's do this, Jen. Okay, we're good. Cold black coffee. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Ah, poops and goops. Alright, that's fine. Yikes! Oh, she's toxic. She's Britney Spears toxic. I think I gotta run. Low-key ninja. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Dr. Pong Linus is so funny. Pixel! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, are you healing? Oh, are we healing? Are we healing? I want to heal. I need conviction. Oh, thank God. Oh, what's the gold highlight? Oh, so that is an old, tome challenge thing, and I bring it during 2v8 because I love to confuse people, especially new killers. It makes me so happy. I love to confuse people, and I just haven't taken it off. But it's like one of the only survivor tome challenges that I have left. Okay. Moon cards! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Don't go for the Megan. Yes! Good boy. Good submissive puppy. sheboygan. Yep. Oh, get away from the wall. 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 Sorry, love. Yeah, sorry, love. I tried to get away from the wall. Didn't work out. Lucky 13. Oh, wow. Oh my god. So that one's not bad in 2v8. If you have any survivor challenges left, try them in 2v8 mode. Because it's so much easier in 2v8. Moon, I hope you're doing so good. Oh, we'll make it. Why me? Okay. Oh, is that a spicy totem? I think that is a spicy totem. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That was an accident. Oh my god, I wasn't being toxic. I'm so sorry. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay now that I'm streaming.
Still thinking the damn thing.
What is happening, chat? LD, thank you so much for the prime. Enjoy your 90. 90 emotes. Oh, he does have plaything. Oh, I pay attention good. Enjoy your 90 emotes, ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. What the fudge sticks is going on today? Holy new subs, holy follows, holy guacamole. Thank y'all so much. Holy. You deserve so much? Oh, so we're lying now. LD, know you. Know you. Thank you so much. I'm serious. Next person's being nice to me is gonna go in the bad kitten corner. Where there's cats to play with and a charcuterie board. I see you. We're gonna fight? Fight, fight, fight. Kiss, kiss, kiss. It's funny how whenever you get a match that isn't Jason. Oh shit, nipples! I'm sorry. I was reading chat. So I remember how to play the game. Oh, unless you're me. 96% vibe. Okay, brag about it. Salami. Yeah, every meat in the charcuterie board is available. Yeah. Oh, that's not. Okay, I guess I'll go myself. I love charcuterie boards. Yeah, nothing is better than a cooch of the shark. Hold on, let me snooze this ad really quick. Okay, there we go. I'll take the aggro because I missed the skill check. Hey, no! Oh my god, how did I not? Okay. I'll take it. How did I not get hit there? Curly pop? Oh, that's yours. Oh, it's not mine. Okay, well. I'm going back to the generator. You can't stop me. Please don't come. Rude. Welcome back, Goomba. Love and many will forever get the breast vibes. Lying isn't allowed here, Destiny. Hi, Dangos. Dangos. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Dangos, hope you're doing so good. Happy weekend, everybody. What's everyone got planned for the weekend? Also, happy Father's Day for all the daddies out there. Nothing happened all day, but the moment I start doing something, that's when I'm required. Oh, did you start stream and then you were needed? Happy weekend, lovely. I burped, sorry. Yeah, oh man. How long were you streaming for? I saw it as soon as I turned on my PC, I saw you were live, and I was like, I was not on my PC at all today. Oh, they got the cute charm. He's just standing there. Menacingly! This jet is not done, right? I was pretending like you literally rated in here. Daddy applications? Any father figures in chat? You literally rated in here. Tom's like, I don't stream. Literally rated in here. Father of two pussies. You know, I think I read that book in high school. A father of two pussies. I got shamed for not rating last time. Did I? Did I do that? Or did someone else do that? Did I shame you for not rating me? Oh, not you? Okay. Who did it? Who did that? I'll shame them. And I got big and said, whoa! Is that how that works? Oh, no, you can do whatever the fudge you want. There's no rule book. Don't you pick up people like a normal person? I have conviction. And ooh! Oh. I don't want to show where the... That's right. I have conviction. So I'm okay. As long as he doesn't pick me, we're good. Alright, let me get up. Alright, you guys finished the door while we were over there, right? Because I got a time limit. I'm on a time limit, guys! I'm on a time limit! We gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go! We gotta open the door! I have a time limit here, guys! Oh, we gotta go, we gotta go! Nice play. What's up, One Pump Willie? Yo, how the fudge are you doing, homie? It would have been cooler if I got the flashlight save, but I'll let her get all the credit. We has a buy force of 12,000. 12,000, by the way. 1,200 DPI.
I owe you one.
DPI? Dicks per inch. What is our long spleenus? We got 3 homies that can take hits for you. The power of friendship. 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 Good, Meg's here. Megan! 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 Tom, claim your Meg. Tom, claim your Megan. Claim your Megan, Tom. Claim her. Claim her. Claim your Megan, Tom. She's gonna make plays? I'm waiting. I don't have conviction up anymore. I had to, yeah. I don't have conviction up anymore. I had to. Abandon? What if I just abandoned right now? Wouldn't that be so funny? Hold on, we gotta see how this works out. Make it escape! That's right. That's alright. There's plays here. There's plays here. We got a purple beam. We got a purple beam and a dream. Oh, girly pop. Holy Iron Will. Holy Iron Will, Batman. Oh, he has no idea. Oh my god. Oh, lovely. I don't know if you get this, love. Because he's gonna get it right by the door, yeah? Holy fixated. Oh, she gets this. Yeah, she'll get it as soon as he picks up. As long as he doesn't turn around. She'll get it. Unless... Yes! Zarina! No! I was gonna say unless she goes out. And I knew it. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew she was gonna leave the match on accident. That was so funny. You know what? I'll take a 1K 3 out. That was really good though. Ah, my ears! Where's Dracula? Girl. Okay, now we're not pro Zarina. GG's. That was a fun game. I think you did great, Dark Lord. I think you did very great. Man, why did she have to ruin the vibes? We're having such a good time. Meg is an angel. She is now because she's dead. Anyways, do you guys mind if I go pee really quickly? Do you guys mind if I go piss, girl? You guys don't mind, right? An ad's about to play. L streamer, I have to go pee. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back. I promise. I promise. Pinky promise. A flashlight is what I would say if I found a flashlight.
You did.
it's like, do I use the pallet or the flashlight? I'm like, I don't know. What do I do? Oh, shit. Alright, Wraith. Here we go. Here we go, Wraith. Here we go. Let's dance. Let's dance, Philip. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if that pays off. Please don't call your girlfriend. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. He has wall hacks! He has wall hacks! He has wall hacks! Ah! Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Close. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Maria! Maria! So that's what happened to my CJ, by the way. When I did my CJ with on the Wesker. Oh shoot. So that was a really thick tree. Oh look, 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 look. Wait, hold on. We got both killers right here. Let's see if I could fuck with them. There we go. Get somebody. Come on. Come on, Baba. Come on, Baba. Come on, Baba. Oh, I might. I'm so sorry. I'm a little sorry. I'm not super sorry, but I'm a little sorry. She saw me. Ah, best pee of my life. Thank you guys. Also, my cat came back. Get his ass. Can you see him? Oh, you can kind of see him. Psst, psst, psst. Hi, Tiny Tiger! Tiny Tiger, happy weekend. Come here. Catch the magic card. Catch the magic card. Come on. Go ahead, catch the magic card. Why are the dogs more interested in this than you are? It's the cat toy. Yeah, whoa, 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 whoa. Get his ass. Get his ass. Whoa, whoa. Whoa! Come on, Jojo. Oh, there we go. I don't know if you guys can see him. Oh, you guys can see him. Oh, get his ass. Get his ass. Wow, you got him. Good job, puppy. Good job. Jorkin Beaner. What's up, daring Wolverine? All right, so Jason now. Just as handsome boy he is. I made him myself. I'm joking. You should have known the path of evil. Ooh, it's your fucking nightmare.
Stop making the damn thing!
Why
Another
don't you
month
stop
down.
working the damn thing, huh? No, you. Yo, Tiny Tiger! Think with the 41 buttons! Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes. Ad review and add your savage. 41. I can't even count that high. Also, if anybody's new here, hi! I do have some socials if you guys want to follow. But you guys don't have to. It's literally there in case for whatever reason you like what you see here. I know. Weird, right? And we are doing Jason giveaways for DBD. We have 2 more giveaways to do. And I've made it to the letter E. Today's stream is brought to you by the letter E. E is for Dead Hard. We are giving away 2 more Jason code DBD DLC giveaways today. And we'll do one in the Discord because just in case anybody couldn't make it today. I have so much like stuff on Jasper's box. Maybe I should move it out of the way so he can sit in this box. He can sit in this throne of lies. Eee! Any Vern Troyer enjoyers? Oi, chamoy. I can't believe we pulled the Froakie. I never have to open Chaos Rise never again. Is the letter N doing a somersault? Whatever, Leave, welcome in. I hope you're doing so good. Happy weekend. It's just, none is just the letter N doing a somersault. I almost did. I like to put things in my mouth. Tom, can I show you this to you? It's so pretty. So Froakie is what I called my car. The name of my car is Froakie. And I love frogs. I think frogs are... I didn't? I think frogs are like the coolest animal ever. This is the one map I wanted, guys. Oh, I cannot wait to fuck this up. I wanted this map so badly because of the teleportations. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Where? Oh, up there. Okay. I'm like, where? Hello, love. Oh, 2. Oh, fuck. Okay. Pretend like I didn't miss that. Yikes. Does someone have a beam? No. Whoa! Shit nipples! But they're... Boy, are they all waiting for the save. Holy shite. Nice. Cool. That worked out. That worked out pretty well, ain't it? Holy! Breakout? Are we thinking breakout? Oh. No Wiglif. Are we thinking 4-man breakout? What are we thinking here? So one of my favorite perks ever on Killer is Mad Grit. And I'm so bummed that I don't have Mad Grit right now. You know what I mean? No Wiglif. They're healing. At least they tried for a second to heal. Oof. Okay. Ooh. Oh, okay. If you try to... I don't know what you wanted there. I don't know what you wanted there, but I'm gonna take it. If you give me a free down, I'm gonna take the free down. I'm just gonna do that. I love having Mad Grit, though. Mad Grit is, like, literally one of my favorite perks. Oh, was someone right here? Oh, someone is right here. Oh, you're injured too? Oh, when did that happen? Oh my god, in before. Tunneler! Ah, if you run into me, you get the goobs. Oh, not you again. Okay, hold on. I don't want you now. Ah, here we go. Ah, what do you have, lovely? Oh, I wanted that so bad, though. Oh, actually, hold on. Do you mind holding on a second? Oh, actually, I just wanted the hook, but I'll take an extra injured state. You're still right here. What can I do? Ooh, I wanted that so bad. Alright, now this is bad for me. That's right. She throws it this next turn. Oh, she doesn't! Oh, fuck! Damn. Now she knows I don't respect. That's alright. They'll get a full reset. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, there it is. Nice. She got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. Oh, hello, love. That's not where I wanted to go. That's not where I wanted to go at all. It's alright. Wow. They got so far. Holy shit nipples. Holy crap, they got so far. Oh, someone's injured too. How did they get so far? What the fudge? The sound is so good. Like, I can't get over how good the sound is. And I'm a super easily overstimulated gamer. Like, I get so overly stimulated by sounds. Why is she so fast? You're so fast! Girl, come on. Chill, chill, chill. Okay, why are you so fast? What the fuck? I'm out of chase already? Blood pact? Could be, yeah, with the healing? Is she, oh, she's not the obsession, but she could if she healed the Yui. She's so fast! Jesus, fuck! Oh, I didn't mean it up. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Oh, hello, Jojo. Hello, lovely. Oh, how long do I have to wait? Oh, there we go. Who fell down? Who's the unlucky one? Whoa, shit nipples! I did not see her there. That was so scary. Oh. Nice. Oh, she's dead? I don't remember hooking you twice. Oh, no, she did. Okay, no, in the beginning she did. Okay. Good boy, love. Holy moly guacamole. This team is so good. It's stressing me out. Boom! I'm trying to do trick shots. Uno reverse! Shit nipples, yeah. Hello, lovely. Fuck me! Oh. This is when I realized that there's 2 Laras in the game, by the way. Damn, how do you lose Chase? Like, she doesn't have overcome. I get it here? Why are you so fucking fast? I know that's not blood packed. What's up, Madeline? Madeline, happy weekend. A spike through the mouth, yeah. Holy moly. And still no barbecue. There's a smaller map though, right? Are you here? Maybe? Oh. I thought I saw movement for a second. I don't know. Whoa. Finally, patience worked for me. Finally. Oh, you're so sweet, Madeline. Madeline, I'm doing all right. Streaming helps distract a lot. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I love your username. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing so good. Happy weekend, Madeline. Ah, here we go. Where could the killer be, Yui? Where could the killer be? There's still a pallet here, right? Oh, there's not. Oh, there's no pallet here. That sucks. Bad RNG, eh? 'Cause I don't think a pallet spawned there, no? You're really all out of good pallets, aren't ya? There's a couple-ish pallets, but I think all the good ones are gone. Nice, 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 nice. And we kill. Oh, good morning! Oh, that's fair. I just napped right before I started streaming too. They're healing. I don't remember where I hooked her though. That's regressed all the way. Aha. Spaghetti, yum! Yum, yum, yum. Oh. I thought I heard somebody. Nope. Oh, I think this gen had like the smallest wee bit of progress, eh? Oh, they went back to my gen. Thank you, Call O'Brien. Oh, yum! I made some, taco meat. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Hello, love bug. What? Oh, nice, nice, Quad, nice. I was hoping to get the other oh, sorry. Oh, I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, that was so embarrassing. What? I was hoping to get the other Lara because she's not on Death Hook, and he is. Why are you? Oh, okay. I mean, that is. You're not playing this the right way either. Which is fine. I'll take it. Yeah, because now he's screwed. Yeah. You're my lovey. Dead hard! Oh my god, did you guys say this stream was brought to you by the letter E? E! That was good. That was really good. He's been hooked twice, so I didn't expect it. That was really good. E! That was a really good dead hard. Fudge, yeah, dude. Oh god, I wanted that. Hey, hold on. Can you stay here for 1 second? Hold on. Because I don't care so much about 4Ks. I just want some cool M2s. You know what I mean? Wait, come on. Come back. Oh! I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. Hold on. Wait, come on. Come. How do the teleports work with, by doors? Like, is it, like, red if you go teleport by a door? It's not. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was slowed down if you teleport by a door. Oh. probably going to heal, right? Hey, sweetie! Thank you for the 3 streams, sweetie. Lovely. Thank you, thank you. You're so sweet. Get it? You're sitting upstairs? Yeah, probably, right? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And now, what I would do is split doors. That's what I would do. Sacrifice somebody. Somebody's gonna die. Oh. The shadow was the other way. Hi, Cosmic. What's up, New England Gamer? Welcome in. It's a really tough game. This team is really good. Yeah. Nice. That's not where I wanted to go, but it's where I am now, I guess. This is not where I wanted to go, but it's where I'm at now. Oh, wow. And they got the door open already? Jesus. And they're already over there? What the fuck? They got there so quick. What? Nice. GG's. GG's, lovelies. GG's. Hey, I'll take a 2K. This game was really challenging. They were so fast. If I don't see Blood Pact, I'm gonna be sus. No way! Congratulations, New England! GG's. TTV, by the way? Are they talking about me? I got a perfect game, by the way. No, but like, I've been playing him for 3 days straight, Tom. I can tell a difference. I can tell a difference. Yeah. And the maid for this, none of them were ever injured or in the endurance state when I was chasing them. The lucky break, I saw that. I noticed that. Yeah, 4-man. Oh yeah, you got it. That's why my server is completely locked down. You can't have nobody join the server unless you let them. What is the question, Pixel? What is the most you've ever had in a stream? What do you mean, Destiny? What is the most what? New England, if you're questioning it, probably shouldn't. Yeah. I don't know, Goomba. That's right. It was a good game regardless. The fact that I even got 2 kills is crazy. Oh, viewers? I think it was just under 10K. I was on the front page of Twitch for my 2-year partner anniversary, and I think at just under 10,000. Yeah. Yeah. It was crazy. It was a wild stream. I was like 9,997. Like, it was just shy. Oh, damn. I'm sorry to hear that, New England, but remember what I just said. If you're thinking about it, probably shouldn't say it. So, I'm going to delete that, just in case that triggers anybody. But yeah. Generally, if the streamer says, don't say it. Don't say it. I'm sorry that happened to you, though. You gotta lock down that server, homie. What's up, Nova Dragons? Is this your job? Yes, sir. Sorry, that was just me saying yes, sir, not me assuming your gender. Hi, Legal. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissing. What did I forget to do? What is it, Angel? Oh my god. No, you, sweetie. No, you. Yeah, it is mostly out of necessity, though, because I'm autistic and I can't physically or mentally work a real job. Yeah, it's not the first time, low-key. That's right. It is what it is. Hi, Spitz! Hi, Spitz! All right, 1 second, guys. 1 second. Oh, FAQ. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be rude. By saying, oh, read the FAQ. But the FAQ has like exact dates if you need them. I'm not trying to say like, oh, fuck you. I'm not gonna answer your question. It's mostly because my ADHD doesn't let me like remember the exact dates. But I'm pretty sure it's in FAQ. I'm pretty sure. Let me know if not. Let me know if it's not there though. Oh my god, typing is hard. Sorry, but if I don't get this off my chest now, I never will, because I'm so sorry. I'm just such a bad streamer, guys. I figured you guys would enjoy the clicky clackies. As Fortnite, I don't also have a streaming setup, if that makes sense, but I know because the way I work, a lot of people will probably have an issue with me, so I'm kind of holding off. Oh my god, me being a fat, weird woman on the internet? Yeah. I think, again, I am not targeting anybody. I am not calling anybody out. This is just, I have been on the internet for a very long time. I've been doing this, not streaming thing for a long time, but I have been streaming for a long time, yeah. But I've been doing content creation for a long time, and I've also been a viewer of content creation for a long time, right? Since before I even started content creation. And I think...
I'm not calling anybody out either.
I'm calling you out! Do you want to get punished? Excuse me. Sorry. Spin! Thank you for the 1,000 bits! Do you want to get punished? Thank you for saying hello before you did that, though. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Well, I'm not calling anybody out. But I think that every single person in the world can stream, but not every person in the world can be a streamer. And yeah. So, oh, you do want to get punished? Give me your worst. You're gonna go to the Bad Kitten Corner. In the Bad Kitten Corner is gonna be a cat or a dog. You can choose. You can choose cat or dog. And there's a charcuterie board waiting for you. words are hard. Guys, tell the mods how hot and talented and the handsome they are. They deserve so much more than me. I can't. Oh, God, that feels so good to get off my chest, though. Look at, I used to do this. Like, every couple streams I'd be like... I like to pick fights with people. I'm joking. But yeah, hi, Faye Boy! I definitely think that every person in the entire world can stream. Everyone has the ability to stream, you know? You can sit any person in front of a PC or on a console, and you can be like, stream. And they can. Every single person can stream. But not everyone can be a streamer. And it's hard. And, like, and people can want to do it, and they can want to do it so hard that it hurts, and that's because that's all they want in the entire world, but doesn't mean that they can do it. Oh, God, my mouths are set. Of course. Oh, my God. Yeah, I'm not loaded up or anything. I do this scene in my stream, where one of my mods, Leon's Moans, likes to lovingly say that I do just chatting streams with gaming commercials. So at the moment, we are not in our gaming commercial right now. Yes! Look at! No, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Yeah, we're talking about stream right now. Wait, Zombie, what were you gonna say? Zombie! Zombie, cat or dog? Alright, I guess I'm gonna play a couple Survivor games. Sorry, but if Scrubsky invites me to a game, I'm not gonna say no. Have you seen that man dress up as Ace Visconti? I wanted to play Oliver Tree's music in my stream for some to give tribute. However, I don't know how I would get the legal permission to do that. So, I am currently playing non-DMCA free music. I am currently playing music that can get me a copyright strike. So, there's two things that you can do. One, get the separate your music off of your VODs so that your VODs don't get copyright strike, which is what I do. So if you go and watch my VODs, you won't hear music, but you still, I can get copyright striked right now live. I can get a live copyright strike. I am risking it because I'm a small channel and I'm hoping that they won't care enough to do it. So everyone runs the risk of getting live copyright strikes, and if you leave them in your VODs, it's even worse. Hi, Scrapsky! Yeah, you sent me an invite. I was like, okay. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Rock and Rebel, thank you for the 3 stream streaks. Spoiler. Mwah. Rock and Rebel. Mwah. What would you do if the clown was oiled up and throwing Afterpiece Tonex at your bathroom window? I don't know. Would I let him in? Oh, you said dog treats? Okay. In my opinion, I think that customer service people make the best streamers. Oh, boo. You are so cute. I think customer service people make the best streamers because they already know how to deal with like a multiple of like different types of people and personalities. Yeah. I love talking about streaming. I love it. I love it, love it. I have a lot of insight, I feel like. Uh-oh. Somebody heard the treat bag. Hello. Good boy. Good boy. The most action I've had in years. Another! I know! Notori, that just keeps spawning. That is the only 2 that I have, though. Oh. What's up, Wolf? Oh, Wolf. Oh. Ooh. Vaginal turkey. Wolf. Oh. I do have 3 cats. It's true. Also, I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I don't know how to read. I get distracted. Over FedEx? Nice. And scare the piss out of them? Oh, shoot. Oh. Breakout wasn't enough. Oh, poops. Ooh, I've got homies. Oh, I wonder if he has Lightborn. Welcome back, Max. Oh my God, please get something to eat. Yeah, streamers who have customer service have so much good experience with like working with like just like a different types of personalities that you're gonna see in chat. If you can give one tip to someone interested in streaming for the first time or a suggestion of something they should have set up, what would it be? Microphone. As far as like tech-wise, having a good microphone, in my humblest opinion, is the best thing for you. Just because most of the time, people aren't sitting here and like watching every little bit of like your gameplay or microphone, or not microphone, or your webcam. People aren't like always like super engrossed. So, like a lot of people will like have either your stream on another screen, or they'll have your stream and like they're walking around doing chores or something, or they're just like they're not 100% locked in. But what they usually have on is the sound. And so in my humblest opinion, I think it's super important to have. Oh no. I think it's super important to have good audio. Oh, I forgot about Sloppy Butcher. And then, as far as like advice to have for someone who's like either just starting streaming or has never streamed before, I think having a good attitude, I think, is super important. If you go into the mentality that you're never gonna be famous, or you're never going to make money. Oh, I don't know. Or you're not going to make money, or you have the quote-unquote grind mentality, you're just setting yourself up for failure. In my opinion, you need to go in not knowing that you're going to fail, but having expectation to fail, right? And I don't think that's like me just being negative, but streaming is like 99% luck-based. No, that's such a lie. Streaming is like 30% luck-based, I'd say. I'd say it's like 30% luck-based. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, so patient. It's like 30% luck-based. A lot of it is hard work. A lot of it is a lot of hard work. What else would it be? I wouldn't say grinding mentality is the right mentality to have. Like, yeah, you have to put in a lot of work and editing and putting yourself out there. The power of friendship! That's gotta be Lightborn. Damn. Damn. I don't have Sabo on this, though. Damn. Hi, Jojo. Hello, lovely. Sorry, my cat is scratching my chair. Oh, really? I haven't played Dredge since I P100 him. Audio is key! Audio is key! Also, hi, Rockin' Rebel. I hope you're doing so good today. And happy weekend. Sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I'm trying to... Yeah, 100% Madeline. 100%. Of course, Style. I hope I'm saying your name right, by the way. It's hard. It is hard, 9. You have to network? Network is... yes and no. Yes and no. So, I'll tell you a negative that people have with networking. A lot of people think... A lot of people think that networking means that, oh, well, I did this for you, which means you have to do this for me. I went to your stream 3 times this week, which means you have to be in my stream 3 times this week. A lot of people have that mentality, and it's super unfortunate because it's super toxic. Not because, like, and I think people think toxic is a word that's not, it's not what they mean, what they think it means. I think it's toxic because, it's a sickness. If you, the moment you start expecting people to do things for you because you did it for them, you're setting yourself up and your friends up for failure. In my humble opinion. In my humble opinion. Yeah, it is. It is Glue Kazoo. It has to. You have to make legitimate connections. So I will never tell people that networking is something that they should do. I think making connections is important. Oh, viewers don't owe you anything. That's a big one. That's a huge one. Oh my god. So, I think that's why a lot of new people don't like raiding. Because they raid somebody, and I'm not saying all new people. I'm just saying some new people who are new to streaming won't raid people because they're afraid that their viewers will like whoever they're raiding more and will not watch them anymore. I have had both sides where I've rated somebody and I'll never see that viewer ever again because they like that streamer better. And it's like, okay, and what am I gonna do about it? Am I gonna cry about it? Oh no, my friend who I care about now has an extra viewer. Good for them. But I've also had the opposite where I've had people raid me where like they've become like regulars or VIPs in my stream and they don't go to the person who raided me anymore. So it just kind of happens. Like, you can't, and go back to what Madeline said, viewers don't owe you anything. You guys can literally never show up in my stream ever again, and sure, I'll be like, oh, I'm bummed for the connections that we won't have anymore, but like, it's your life. I am a silly fucking girl on the internet. You guys don't owe me anything. So I always feel so guilty whenever people go, oh, I'm so sorry I haven't been here in so long. It's like, do your thing, chicken wing. It is your life. Live your life. And your life should not be surrounded by the schedule of a 33-year-old lady who plays video games for a living. Hi, Banana Bell, welcome, Ben. Welcome, how was your stream? We're talking about streamer tips. Streaming tips right now. Also, Mando plays. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, QC. Welcome, iterators. Welcome. How was your stream, Banana? Oh my god, don't focus too much on numbers. Oh, you're rating them? Oh my god. Yeah, and try to keep drama, like, in your pants, I guess, right? Streaming with having notes? Yes, Faith Lady. Every day of my life, actually. I actually canceled stream yesterday because of it. Yeah, it do be rough. I was playing Kingdom Hearts. No way! Is it your first time playing Kingdom Hearts, or you just it's a throwback because you love it so much? Holy shit! Sorry, that was scary. Oh, nice. He's so good at this power. I really enjoy this one. I wish I was more locked into the game. Get him, Scrub! Get him, Scrub! Get it! Yeah. Yeah, get him, Scrub. Teach him a lesson. Yeah. Yeah! Exactly, 9. Exactly. No, go into streaming knowing that you're not going to be everyone's cup of tea. Not everyone is going to enjoy you and your content, and it's very important to not take it personally. Because the anonymity of the internet is rough. The anonymity of the internet is rough. People are going to say things to you that are never going to say, who would never say that to your face. People are going to say some really, truly terrible, awful things. I did see that, Scrub, you showed him. He's gonna go to sleep. He's gonna be laying in bed at night just going like, that fucking Ace. He's gonna be so upset. Oh, thanks, Magically. I got it from Spirit Halloween a couple years ago. I think they still sell it too. Okay, I gotta put Sabo on. I don't know why Made for This is on there. We're gonna put Saboteur on there. There we go. Oh my god, technical difficulties. The bait of my existence. Don't get me started. I played a little bit before, but I'm doing it for stream, so it's fun. Hell yeah, I've never played Kingdom Hearts. Imagine being locked in. Most of the time I'm locked out. Let me in! Magically. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. The technical difficulties and me got beef. Oh, that's another part of my Faith, is that I get like my like autistic temper tantrum is with technical difficulties. Like you'll see me get like really fudging mad when something technically doesn't work. It pisses me off. Like I get angry. So that is a struggle that I have. Cake, I'll do open lobbies soon. I just don't know when. Yeah, like it sends me into just an autistic rage. Like, you know, it's and I'm like, I say that and I want people to know that like it's not like oh, I'm just sitting here and I'm angry. No, it's like I've hurt myself. I do struggle with self-harm. Sorry, I know. Yikes. Like punching walls and things. Like when I tell you like I get autistic rage, it's like I get mad. Exactly. Like it, especially when like it doesn't happen for any reason. Like I get so mad. So and I don't like to take, I don't know how to handle emotions. I struggle with that as part of my disabilities. And oh my god, Salted Loki, are you here right now? And one of the things I can't handle is anger. Yeah, I am. Salted Loki, you'd be very proud of me. I did apply for the Disability Guild. I did apply for it. I'd like to think that you and the mods helped me a lot with that. So, thank you, Loki. Thank you. This is relevant information for you. I'm glad. I seriously, I love talking about this. No, thank you. So, thank you to my mods because they, like, were, like, politely bullied me. I say bullied me, but they didn't bully me at all. They very politely suggested that I apply for the Disability Guild. And I did. Yeah, I really struggle with temper or anger. I wouldn't say that I have a temper. I wouldn't go that far. I feel like I'd be honest enough with my emotions that I would be able to recognize it if I did have it. I don't think I have a temper. I definitely think I struggle with anger though. Okay. Yeah, Glue Kazoo, that'll do it. Yeah. Now when I was working like a normal 9 to 5, but my old job was definitely okay, we're good because there's no way he makes it to a pain res. When I was working my old 9 to 5, which was really 9 to midnight, or no, 10 to midnight. That's what it was. Oh, he did make it to the pain res. My bad. Sorry, should have called that. I would say that I had a temper because I could not, and this was before I was diagnosed, and I couldn't understand or fathom like what was wrong with me. It was, oh god, that's why I could never go back because I wanted to like KMS like every single day because I just couldn't handle my emotions with working those big girl hours, you know, and those big girl days and working with stupid people every single day, working with and the customers. You know what I mean? May I ask what they suggested? Who suggested? Are you asking me? The word I was looking for wasn't temper. Oh, damn it! I didn't mean to sabo. Fudge. Yes? What? Who suggested? Oh, my mods! My mods suggested that I apply to the Disability Guild. Nikki! Hello? Oh, you're gonna get beat up! Nikki, thank you for gifting a sub to Dark Wolf. Ahoo! Nikki, enjoy your DBD badge if you don't have it already, and Dark Wolf, enjoy your emotes! Nikki, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Again, I'm so sorry if I'm missing anyone's messages. Oh, okay, you got diagnosed early. Nice. I got diagnosed like 5 years ago. So it was not easy for me. I'm still like reeling and dealing with it. I'm still learning about myself. My ex-best friend said, and I quote, imagine making autism your entire personality. It's like, well, that was like weeks after I got diagnosed. It's like, I like literally just like discovered this about myself. Like, let me work through it. And you know what? It is my personality. It is a big reason of who I am and what I am and why I am the way that I am. And so yeah, I do talk about it a lot. And I'm going to keep talking about it. Okay, he's gonna come here, which is great. Fight! Shh, I don't think I make it there. Damn. I should have stuck with him. But I wasn't sure if he was gonna drop. Because I had breakout, I should have stayed. Damn, I'm so stupid. Yeah, well that's why she's an ex-best friend. Yeah. She was never a good person. I don't think there's like one thing, like I don't think there's like really one redeeming quality about her, unfortunately. That's right. She's in the past. She was like my age too when she said it too. She was like 33. Oh man, that's totally fine. I don't know. I think people are so, I don't know. I do blame current events. I think the world is carrying a lot of stress. I think the world is carrying a lot of tension right now. And I think like our knee-jerk reaction is to take it out. Oh my god, shark, no! Oh shoot, oh my god. I think our knee-jerk reaction is just like it's just to take it out on people and just assume the worst in people and really hold normal Joe Schmo like to a much higher like expectation I think that we should. So Madeline, I feel like you being an angry person, I feel like is not such a bad thing. Because that's normal. Anger is such a normal emotion. Anger is probably like one of the more popular emotions, like one of the more like frequently seen emotions. And I think we should be worrying about stupid politicians or billionaires and things, or trillionaires and things of that nature, but I don't know. I think there's like so many more important things that we should be worried about and focusing on besides, I don't know, what Joe Schmo is up to. Oh. Hey. Oh, I just realized I can get a flashbang. I need a locker. Stat! She needs a locker! Oh! Psoriasis is a skin condition, right? Oh shit, they're dead? What's that, Mangu? Or Magu, sorry, I know how to read. Magu! Too early, or too late. Not me. Oh shit. Oh, but maybe he gets out. Nice! We did it! We did it, boys! Have a good night, Coffee! Coffee had the best night ever. Ever say good night, Cold Black Coffee? Also, thank you so much for the follow 4 minutes ago. Yikes, L streamer doesn't read chat. Stellar Bear, thank you for the forehead QC. Sorry. I'm really enjoying this conversation, though. I'm having a lot of fun. Oh. I'm really enjoying this conversation. Hey! Hey! Do you want a kiss? Oh. So you do want a kiss. She gets off hook. I'll wait to see if Scrub can get off. Acid change. Acid is in the drug? That's how I am with my weed gummies. The weed gummies help a lot. Thank you. Raven, you're so hot for that. Thank you. But Magoo, I'm doing alright. How are you doing? Magoo! Just chilling. Big chilling. Oh, you're an adult. Stop having tantrums. Oh my god. GG's cookie. Does the ketamine treatment for depression so? Oh, good. Cool. Rogue, when you can do that? You use all of it. Oh, that's all right. I'll take it. Also, we have to do an ad now. Ad now, no ad in game. Do you guys mind? Oh, cool. Okay. Okay. Scrumsky goes, you're giving us your MMR, we're facing juicer killers. Okay. Okay, buddy. Ad now, no ad in game. He's so funny. Me with a high MMR is so funny. Send it! You guys are so hot. Oh shit, okay, after this game we do giveaway. Oh, I'll say it after the ad's done, because I'm just said it during the ad, because I'm stupid. I haven't played the Dredge since I P100. L Pixel. Oh! Loki, I just read your message. Mendo, the hottest, the tallest, the handsomest, and my favorite viewer in the entire stream right now, Banto Plays. We're gonna do the giveaway after this game. After this game, we're gonna pull our third winner. Numero tres. Trois. Yeah. If you've already entered, feel free to try again to make sure that you are entered. This is the same pool as it was from the beginning, but there's nothing bad will happen if you enter twice. Rar. Oh, Max, I'm so sorry to hear that. L brother. You can have mine. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I really appreciate you guys. No way! I just had some the other day, Raven! So what's Walmart? Were you able to get some, Raven? I literally just had some the other day. They're so old, though, but they still tasted fine. So. And I haven't died yet, so I think that's a good sign. But they're like at least 2 years old. A small bag. A small bag. Oh, is it still the kitty kits? Jade? Oh, is there a store called Bulk Barn? Did you really? No way, so you just got those? Nintendo gamer. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, this is a like a pustule, and he is a tome challenge, a survivor tome challenge. Hey, what did I do? From like tome like 6 or something? And you get 3 of them to do. And I like to bring them to confuse people in 2v8 mode. Oh, I hate chatterers. Yucky. Yucky. Yucky! Go for the box. What is this? What tile is this? What tile is this? What tile is this? Ah! I'm scared. Oh, I played it bad. Oh god. Help! Ayúdame! Away from the wall, away from the wall, away from the wall. Oh, oh, oh! Oh, that's alright. Oh. That's alright. I'll take it. I'll take it. Who is that? This is the Chatterer. AKA, Elliot. AKA the most disgusting. Oh.
You rule.
Oh, that was the wrong button. I'm so sorry. I didn't mind it. Oh, sorry, love! Oh, sorry! I was looking at your butt! I was looking at your ass! No, what did I do? What did I do? Huh, hold. Get hold, nerd. Get hold, nerd! Wait, what did I do? No. Nah. Wait, what did I do? Yeah, someone said Hellraiser thing because I forgot the word. Thank you.
Hello.
Break the paillette! Break it! Help me! I got stuck! My big donkey dick got stuck on it! Yeah, you don't really see him very often. Which is good, because I hate him. No, he's not, but he's AKA. Oh my god. I thought he was gonna hit me on hook. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Welcome in. No, he's doing fine. He's doing fine. The killer's doing so fine. He's doing so fine. We're just having fun. I was a bald ass baby. I'm just now. Oh, wait. Are you talking about how you cut your hair? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, yeah, heal me. Heal me. You guys really need to start taking the game seriously, alright? Oh, as a baby you were bald. Oh, it happens. Ah, shit. Oh, I think I have to heal. Oh, shite. Stop it. Stop it. We have to get the box. Oh, no. I'm going down. I'm going down. Because what if he chases me and then everyone could get a full reset? I think this will happen. Everyone gets a full reset because I'm getting chased. Yeah. No! Good pallet, good pallet, good pallet. I'll take it. Ah, I got stuck! Ah, shit nipples. Damn it! I got stuck. That's alright, because now my team gets a full reset. I'll take it. Nailed it. Listen, I lasted a lot longer than I think I should have, so I'll take it. And now I can talk to you guys, though. Now I can talk to you. Wesker's Roboisi. Thank you for the forehead, kissy. Debbie Chase. Oh, thank you. I got 2 pallet stuns. I'll take it. I'm doing alright, Adri. Adri, how are you doing? We can watch Scrubski's fine ass. Because he's Ace Visconti is what I'm saying. Hold on. There's actually something I want to do really quick. Oh, why do I have that stuck in my head? What the fudge? stream streak. You know what's so funny, Adri? I literally almost had a bag of popcorn last night. Literally almost had one. That's so funny. Same brain. What kind of popcorn? Just like regular old buttered popcorn? Sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I'm scrolling. Oh, that's right. I totally forgot the Pinhead is not in the game anymore. I totally forgot. What's up, Joker? Joker. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Eye of the Tiger is so good. Eye of the Tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. It's a cheapy bulk store in Canada. That sounds amazing.
I came.
Are you asking me if I went against Jason yet? I'm doing okay, Joker. God, hello? I'm doing okay now that I'm streaming, but as long as I'm streaming, I'm mentally okay. But if I'm not streaming, I want to die. Your nose is stuffy? Oh no, I'm so sorry. Movie butter with extra movie butter? Whoa. I got this really fancy, like, Parmesan. It's like, I don't know the brand. But like, I think it's like a popular popcorn something brand. Oh my god, look at this show off. And like, it's like Parmesan or something, and it's like, you shake it on your popcorn. I don't know, it's really good. It was like 70-something% off. Tom, I love you, Moist. What'd you get for dinner, by the way? Is it Billy, Madeline? Madeline, I watched the first Hellraiser when Hellraiser got announced back in the day, and I remember I was eating like a frozen lasagna at the time, and I had the hardest time eating it because it was a rough movie to watch while you're eating something. Nothing crazy, but yummy. What shape is the pasta? Thank you, Joker. And no, you. I really hope everything's going okay with you. 1987. I think that's the one I watched. It was the OG one. I haven't watched any of the other ones. I really want to watch all the other Evil Dead movies too, because I've only ever seen the first one. And that one is also not great. Tom, not unless it's on the tube. I'm joking. Is it? I really want to see that one, Madeline. I really want to see that one. Anything gory, gross, what you did? Really? Yeah, I can't do that. I was watching an episode of Supernatural that had the changeling, the changer, the skin changer, and like I think I was eating then too, and I couldn't eat during the episode. Or I think I skipped that episode. Yeah, the shapeshifter, because I skipped the episode because I've already seen it like a dozen times. I just can't do like the skin stuff. What's up, Hydrate or Drown? Mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss, see you. Oh, interesting, Madeline. Oh, Madeline, you're like into it. Are you gonna play the Hellraiser game, Madeline? I'm sorry if we've already talked about this. Yeah, there's a couple good shapeshifter episodes. I can't eat and watch it. The Hellraiser game's not for me. I'm excited for it. There was a ditto? Oh, man. I missed it. I'm so ready for Hellraiser to come out. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Did you say Shrek? Why are you dumb? Don't talk about my angel like that. I'm sorry. That was weird. The Booray! I wonder what gunners he's wearing. Shrunk. What's this made out of? Shrunk. GG's. Turn back the clock. Ah, I see. When it would get chained up again. Alright, we're gonna pull another giveaway winner. Are you guys ready? Let's do giveaway. probably should have done it while I was watching the game. My bad. Loki, you were so fast on that. All right. Type hashtag Jason. You guys have 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lulu! Lulu Bubs, are you here? What's up, Mitch? Mitch, I hope you're doing so good. If I didn't just buy it, I would absolutely go for it. Hey, you can always, if you win, you can always give it to a friend. Hi, Simply! Simply's going great because we're with Scrubsky and Shark now. How are you doing, my love? Jasper, can you stop yelling at me, lovely? Oh, look at Boo sleeping with his birthday present! You're so cute. Anybody want a cat? I'm joking. Hi, gender fluid Ruben, swole nerd. Mwah. Thank you for their 69th kissy. I'm a leather cat. You want it? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh. He's purring. Big puppy. Oh, my little love bug. My little lovely. Do you like your Magic Carp toy? No, don't mark it. Play with it. Loki, do you want cat treats? You do, okay. Shark better be saving you. Oh my god, he fell. Shark better be saving you. I'm so good. Got dinner and caught up with the bye. Oh, let's go! I'm doing so much better now that I'm streaming. We'll give it another second. Scrub with a flashlight is interesting. I think I've been saved. Oh. I think I've been saved so far. No, I was, right? Was I? No, that was the other game that I got left on hook. But not with them. Not with them. Oh, not with the boys. He hasn't been one since the game's release. It's crazy. Let's call for Lulu. Stretch. Dance with me. Oh, good stretch. Holy. Pussy cam, by the way. Just realized I'm like right in the dog cam. Jesus Christ. All right, I'm wearing a low cut shirt. I'm gonna touch my toes over here. Cause knowing my luck, that'd be right in the dog cam. Jesus. Jojo. Why are you the way that you are? Oh. I'm always every time. Coochie cam. Alright, let's pull another one. Uvu! Uvu, are you here, lovely? You guys like it. You're so cute, Jojo. Boo Boo. His name is Boo, by the way. You are! Let's go! Uvu is here. Alright, I'm gonna send you a V-splitter on Twitch. Let's get these teen hearts getting faster, faster. Yippee! Congratulations on winning Jason! And we do have one more. And then we're gonna do our last giveaway in the Discordio. Can we not yell at Mommy? Mommy's going through it. Oh, really? Was known as the Hell Priest. That's so interesting. We do have one more code to give away. Uno más. We'll probably pull that at the end of stream. Thanks so much for hanging out with me, guys. Should I change my builds? Oh, I don't have any BP. I guess I could brain hatch and shack again, right?
Thanks to @WhereIsShe13 for my sub gift. I'm unsure when I got this, but thank you.
Oh, God, Fudge! Enjoy your 90, count 'em, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Thank you so much. Hello? I'm leaving you on hook. I'm gonna do it! Hi, God, Fudge. You're so hot and tall, talented, and handsome. I adore you, Scrumsky. Thank you for giving the sub to Dust in the Wind. All we are is dust in the wind. Do you guys like my chase pull that we got earlier? Ah! It's the only card I wanted from Chaos Rising. We opened our first pack. Yes! Yeah. Mishka got the zoomies, so people's are like dinner plates. Oh, I'm surprised that the fish is still alive. You don't like frogs? More for me. Thank you so much for gifting a subby. What the fudge? What the fudging? Hi, Pookie. It's gorgeous. Almost as gorgeous as you are. If I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. No one taught me how to read. I dropped out of college. What if I took one more shot tonight? I've only had 2. Right? Jason. It is Jason! Yippee! Oh, wait, I think I knew that, Madeline. I think I knew that one. That's so funny. Hi, Darren Wolverine. I hope you're doing so good, Darren. Oh, Ruin. Ooh. Oh, he's nearby. He's got that add-on. He said, go do Jen, stupid. Oh, I'm gonna find Ruin. Malort. We did do a shot of Malort, but I can do another one. Can anyone Twitch read? No. No one taught me. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on. So I'm very, very grateful for the follows. Welcome in. Get out of my swamp. I don't know you. Where is your totem? I want it. You're Hellraiser nerd? I love that. I love when people talk about the things that they're passionate about. It makes me so happy. Oh, I found it! Ah! It's in shack! You wouldn't throw your big spear at me. Yes, you would. Oh, well, sorry, shark. Sacrifices must be made. Did you? I'm not drinking that whole bottle. Hell no. What are the odds of him coming right back? It's Thrill of the Hunt. Oh, I'm gonna. That's fine. Oh, he's coming right back. You know for a damned actual factual he's coming right back. I'm passionate about sleep. I like that a lot. I also enjoy the... What do people call sex? The horizontal something? But it's not sex. It's just... I mean, I do like that, but it's been a couple years. I just like sleep. Thank you for joining the giveaway. Is it the horizontal mambo? Is that what it's called? That sounds right. God, I hope that was Thrill that I just cleansed. Please, I hope. Let's see, actually. Yes! Hopefully that was Thrill. That was all I needed. Nice. I hear Malort. Yes, Duncan! Should we do Tango? Is it Tango? The horizontal Tango? Mambo Tango? Ending in an O sounds right. Yeah, I like whatever that's called, but the sleep version. Just horizontal. Alex, we're gonna refund your points because I don't know what that means. Mambo, maybe that's Canadian. The horizontal hullabaloo. Upside down monster mash? I... Oh. Oh my. Horizontal Mama at least 3 times and didn't like it, haven't done it since. Fair. I'll do a shot with me? Bet, after this game. We'll do a shot of Malort. Are you gonna do Malort? I'm gonna go for the unhook. Dude, Madeline, that's funny. That's very funny. What's the odds that he comes back to hook, eh? Oh, thanks! Thanks, mods. Thank you, Waven. Hello, lovely. He's gonna come right back, right? Let's run! Take him, not me! Ah, yes. Yes. Go for him. Take him. Leave me alone. Yes. Yes. Oh. I'm gonna go back to Shack. Or should I? No, I should heal Scrub. I'm Cumin. Where are you? Down there. Okay. I'm Cumin. Yeah. Yeah, Upside Down Monster Mash might be my favorite. I wish there was some, like, alliteration. But the monster has the Monster Mash. So there's that. Oh, I don't have conviction. That's alright. I do still like this build. I do very much enjoy this build. Shit nipples. That's right. Scaring me, bruv. What? Horizontal Irish step dance? Okay, girl. No, I didn't. I couldn't afford it magically. Did you go? I miss Ace. I miss Ace Dead by Daylight. Oh, you mean this Ace? Oh, thank you. Whoa! No, I didn't. I didn't know. Oh, you didn't know? Oh no! Would you have gone if you did? I miss Meg. You can keep her. I'm joking. I'm doing alright, Bunny. Wait, hold on. Are you the Monday? Cause I know you've changed. Like, if you are the Monday, I know you've changed your name a couple times. It is you, guys. If you like any, okay, Bunny Monday. I have been trying to fudging find your fudging Twitter account for so long because I want to commission you again, guys. If you guys didn't know, Monday has done. Oh, is Rootsy live right now? Monday has done a lot of the art on my channel, especially like the merch, and like so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome. Oh my god, I'm trying to find you. Also, hydrate, excuse fudging moi. Oh, sorry, love, sorry, love, sorry, love. Thank you for the 400 bits. What the hecky wacky? Thank you so much. Don't be nice to me. I will end the stream. Also, thank you for the shout out for Rousey, who's currently live right now. Just went live, slay. Look at you. You're so hot. Oh, you're in the basement? Yikes. Also, Monday, also it's okay if, like, you're, like, not taking commissions. But, like, I've been trying to find your Twitter, and I can't remember what it is. I'm trying to find you. Oh, that's awesome. I hope you're doing so good. Happy weekend. No, yeah, I didn't want to assume that you're taking commissions. I didn't want to assume that. But I gotta find your Twitter so that if you do in the future, or your Discord, but also no, like, pressure or expectation or anything like that. I'm sorry to hear that, like, things are rough. I get it, though. What's up, Hush? Hush. Makes me think of, what's his name? Glitch Trap? Oh, sorry, I was snoozing ad love. Hey. Where? Oh, there. Where can I go to assist you? Yeah, the moon! Shh. Oh, do you? What is your name on Discord? Thank you for the follow! Welcome in! We do love your username. But I do have anonymous follows on. I'm gonna let Shark do that last, Should I take a hit for you? I don't know. I feel like you got it. I feel like you know what you're doing, right? Hello, Hush. Welcome in. Oh! I'm so sorry, Bunny. Oh my god. Hugs! Monday Bunny. Okay. Can I have a mod? Put that in mod chat so I can remember, please? Please and thank you. Please, please, please and thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs it. And if you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double it and give it to the next person. Look at you. You're so toxic. You know what? Maybe I won't save him. He doesn't deserve it. He's so toxic. Scrub. What a bully. You know what? He seems to be okay. Oh, no. Don't. No, 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 no. Scrub! I'll take hugs! More hugs. Hush. Mwah. Thank you for your first forehead kissy. Thank you! Thank you, Waver. Thank you, mods. Guys, this is gonna be the first game that I've escaped in a long time. Okay, not me making assumptions. Yikes. Wait, we can talk about this! Thank you for not having thank you for not having no. Whoa! Anyone else's butthole clenched right now? Cause mine is. Alright, you're there. I just burped, sorry. Ooh. Hey, hey. Who is this? Is this Shark? Shark. Hey. Thank you. Oh, happy Father's Day, by the way, for everyone who needs it, wants it. Oh, big ol' hugs. I'm so sorry. All right, I think we get to escape no matter what. Yo, GG's Scrub bullied him. Guys, somebody ban Scrub. I hope I blinded one of them. Maybe Scrub because he was walking diagonal. No way, GG's. That was a scary game. Especially Thrill the Hunt. I think we got really lucky that I did Thrill the Hunt so early. He had turned back the clock and Pain Wes. I didn't even notice the Pain Wes. No, GG's. GG's. Oh no! Oh, that's okay. It's, the fish is still alive, which is really impressive for a husky. I don't know. Was it supposed to ship in June? I thought it was August. But also, I'm a big fan of the don't expect things if you really, really want them kind of thing. Yes? Oh, it's supposed to be? Oh. I don't think so, because I haven't seen anything, like, being said about, like, potential ship dates. Oh, shoot. I gotta do add now to add in game, but I'll do it after the shot. We're always slated to ship in June since they put it. Oh, really? Okay. I don't remember. I don't know how to read. Duncan! Duncan, are you ready for our shot? Cheers! Salud. No way! And the kicker, I hooked them all in the basement. Oh, Christmas tree? Holy. Cheers to that. I love liquor. Ugh. No, you're so, oh my god, you're so good, Mundy. Oh my god, no expectations or anything. But, I don't know. I love your work. You're so talented. I've gone through rotations of like 10 emotions over my D&D character's face. I'm yelling and want to throw something. Wait, is that what you're drawing right now? Because I have asked, I do this thing where I ask someone a question in chat, and I don't, like, stay for the answer. Like, magically. I ask magically, like, would you have gone if you knew about it? And I don't know if they answered, because I looked away. What, really? Oh, you hit a locker. Okay, I thought you meant they hit a locker. It's like, against a dredge? Alright. Add now, no ad in game. Oh, really, Bunny? That's right. You do you. You know? Whatever works best for you. No way! That's so cool, though. Cheers, Barely! Another ace. Okay, well, I have to play as ace now, right? I gotta bring him out. He left! I'm taking that personally, by the way. Oh, be right back. Oh, God. Oh, really, Wolf? Was it your first time playing? This is a fun build, I guess. Let's do... maybe background player instead of sprint burst? No, I'll keep sprint burst on. Yeah, why not? YOLO. Sure. Yikes. I don't know. The music at night. I'm gonna put Sabo on, though. Because there's 3 beams, I'm gonna put Sabo on. Oh my god. Oh my god, she's so cute! My dream dog when I was a kid, like, ever since I was like a baby, was a husky. So I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god. I am living a little bit vicariously through you. She's so cute. Scratch. I don't think I've played Michael once since this update. I used to love doing Scratch Mare. I'm so happy to finally have Froakie. Oh my god, I'm pretty sure Dragon Set Ablaze said goodnight like an hour ago and I ignored him. Oh god, why am I the worst streamer? Oh! Barely? I got you. Oh, please don't be Jason. Oh, this is such a good map for Jason. Oh! What? Oh, I forgot it's reversed. Oh, cool. Alright. Shazer. I'm so skilled right now. Woo! I haven't played against Henry since like forever. I'm a little scared. God, this bracelet is so cute. I can't. She's so cute. I love Evie. Ugh, I gotta take a good picture of this too. People are being so nice to me, which means I'm not gonna sleep tonight. Have you seen the secret room in this map? Yes! I don't remember how to trigger it, but I have seen it. I forgot how to trigger it. I think it's like you have to do gens in like a certain order or something, right? Hive Mind. I think we should boogie. Oh, definitely boogie. Ooh, damn! Damn, damn, damn. That was so good. This is a really good map for him, just because of that, like, those hallways we just run, you know? I don't know if... should I have taken that, or should he have taken that? Shit. I don't know if he wanted that. Shark, if you wanted that window, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to get out of your way. Truly. I do want to go back to my gen, though, because I don't think he kicked it. Because I didn't get... yeah, the blast mine's still there, right? Yeah, it's still there. I wonder why he didn't kick my gen. Oh! Yes! Okay, Bunny, hell yeah. The mantis are dead. Yes! Yes! Ah! Oh my god. Hello, love. Are you still being chased? Shark is still running him. That is so funny. All right, I'll go fuck off. I understood. That was really funny. Oh my god. Welcome back, Tangos. Are you kidding me? I like literally I think about it all the time. I'm obsessed. Love it. Oh my god, wait, are you still being chased? Hold on. You are. Oh my god, Shark, you're goated. Have a good night, Max. Max, I hope you get some really good rest, alright? You deserve it. I cannot believe the Shark is still running him. Oh my god. Dangos, I hope you're having a good weekend so far. Dangos, do you have anything fun planned for the weekend? Our styles change? I can't wait to see it. Oh, she's got a cracker neck. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, poops! No, 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 no! No! God, that radius is huge. Oh, that's right, at the beach. I totally forgot about the beach. Let's go to the beach. Let's go to the way. That's what I'm saying. She's snapping. You're talking about my neck. Hi, back. I'm Dad. Happy Father's Day. And I have caught up on laundry. Oh my god, I have errands this week. Yuck. Any fun errands or like I don't know. You have PixelxCry as your email there, so maybe not fun errands. I have to do laundry. I've been so depresso espresso that I haven't done any laundry. But luckily, I'm such a clothes hoarder that I have so much clothes to wear that like I'm good for a while on laundry. I am starting to run out of socks. And I'm starting to run out of like my comfortable underwear, because I have a bunch of other underwear that's like not as comfortable, and I'm running out of my comfy underwear. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome back. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. I'm just tired of things costing money. Yeah. Yeah. I just realized I can't take a hit for that, can I? Whoa, 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 whoa. So, Shark, imagine for a second that I didn't throw. Oh, you're getting more rage! Oh, watch out! You're lucky I don't have conviction on. We do have one more Jason DLC to give away, by the way. Oh, that's alright. Dangos, if you don't want to win, if you do win, I'll ask, are you sure? Because you can give it away to someone. I fear that would fix my back pain. Yeah, where can I sign up for that chiropractic treatment? I've never been to a chiropractor before. I've never even had like a massage before, and I fear that would change like my life. Hi, Henatu. You don't mind if I just like bounce, right? Yeah. Let's leave. Ooh. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Help is on the way, dear. Help is on the way. Alright, he just went away, so should be good for an unhook. It's a life-changing experience. I would like that very much. Oh my god.
Help is on the way, dear! Help is on the way!
Hi, Sentinel! Oh my god, thank you so much for the ride! Oh! wait, come back! Okay, I'm sorry. What's up, Johnny? Johnny, welcome in. Listen, Toxic, I know you like that shit. Oh, run! 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 I know you like that shit. I know you liked it, right? Right? How was your stream, Toxic? Are you really? I'm dressed like Gerudo Link. Oh my god, is there a picture on Twitter? Hi, Maximus. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Welcome in, waiters. Welcome, welcome. Toxic. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm spinning like a ballerina. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. We are currently playing some DBD. Oh, you did? Okay, cool. I can't wait to see it. I bet it looks awesome. Were you doing DBD today? What were you up to? Everyone go follow Toxic, and everyone go tell him how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. Do I follow you? Hold on. Oops. Oh, shit. Hold on. Girl, stop. Oh, oh. Wait, hold on. Let me find a... Oh, scrub. No, no, no. Wait. Wait, 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 wait. Yes! She did it! She did it! She... Did you just conviction? Oh! Worth it. Worth it. It should have been me. Oh my god. Oh my god! Yeah, I used to get a bunch of costumes from me costumes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, hey, now you know. And you know what? I'd rather it be too big than too, like, little, right? Have a good night, Hydrate! Are you kidding me? Thank you! Thank you for everything! Everyone say good night, Hydrate! Have the best night ever. Thank you so much for being here. Truly. Yeah, I'd much rather have things be too loose than too tight. Oh my god. Why is he friends with you? What did me and Shark do? Oh, okay. That's fine. Oh, wait, I gotta make sure I'm following you. There you go. Fixed. It should have been me. But thank you guys so much for the raids. Please make sure that you guys go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bath and breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Hacks. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Thanks for the clip. Thank you so much, Dankos. Catboy, save him! Yeah, that's right. Who's a good little cat boy? Oh my god, I should also mention that if you guys enjoy Ace, make sure you guys are following Scrub because I didn't know you were streaming too, Scrub! Oh my god, worst streamer ever. Me, not him. He has been known to do Ace cosplays here and there. Not the 2 gens left. Oh my god, I didn't even know he was streaming. I'm the worst friend ever. Oh, Toxic! What did someone say earlier? Put it on Patreon. You're doing trioing. Sharknadian is also playing. Why not, Bunny? I keep calling you Bunny or Monday. Like I can't pick and choose which one I call you. That's from the neck up. Oh yeah. No nips on. No nips for free. Maximus, thank you for the 25 stream streak. Either's fine. Okay, good. Because I keep going like 50-50 with you. Yeah, this is like my favorite cosmetic for him. And I'm already following Goldfish. Jojo! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in! Yo, how was your stream? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Call me Money? Oh, really? Money? Have a good night, Jojo! Go raid and run. Please get your post-stream self-care. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Please take care of yourselves. Oh, the wig. Oh, tight wigs send me into, oh no! Tight wigs send me into overstimulation hell. Damn, GG's, GG's. Thank you so much for the raid, guys. Welcome in. Oh, me next is crazy. Oh man, GG's. Oh, he got us a dab. GG's. W adept. Sorry about the tunnel. You gotta do what you gotta do, homie. What is happening? Tails, thank you for the raid. What is happening? Thank you guys so much. What the fudgies? Hi, Tails. What's up, True Absolute Zero? Hello. What's up, Gingivitis Gaming? Welcome in. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you guys so much for the raids. What the helly? Wait, who's your, is it Leon? W raids. We've had like 3 raids back to back to back. Thank you guys so much. Welcome in, Tails. How was your stream? What were you up to? Oh, really? Buddy, I love that for you. I love that. I love lore like that. Hi, Rooster! Rooster, I did Miku. Oh, Hatsune Miku? Yeah. Making Rooster rage, as you should. Bye, Goldie! Everyone say good night, Goldie. Goldie, I hope you have the best night ever. Thank you so much for hanging out. Everyone go tell him how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is, and I don't care what your Twitter poll says, Goldie, you owe me a mustache. Oh, no, Bunny! I'm so sorry to hear that. When does he come back? I went to golf with your friends. No way! Oh, is that when Rooster got, did you guys bully Rooster? That's so funny. As you should. That's awesome, Toxic. Hell yeah. Tails says love her mods. Have a good night, Tom, if you go to sleep. I hope you have the best night ever. I love you so much. And thank you so much for the raid earlier. Thank you so much for being the homie. It'll be confirmed for a mustache. Yes. Sounds good to me. Thank you for the shout outs, homies. Thank you guys so much for shouting out all the raiders and the homies. You guys are so sweet. And thank you guys so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you all and I appreciate you all. Thank you guys. Rooster's mean as Tails? Oh, I don't believe it. Okay, so next week. Gotcha. Gotcha. Efforts for nothing. I see your palace covered in red. Faces of men who have long believed you're dead. DBD logo everywhere now? Hell yeah. I do love the DBD Twitch badges. I think they're so cool. Both the DBD one and the Jason one. What's up, Bruce Sky? Bruce Sky, welcome in. Man, I want to take another shot. After 10 years. Yeah, it only took 10 years. My cat just ran downstairs very aggressively. Do it? You think I won't? Oh. Oh my. Now this. What? Wait. Oh. Now what did I do? Wait, what did I do? Shut up. Shut up, chat. Shut up. Ah! Oh! Help! 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 Cosplaying roadkill is so funny. No! Run! That was family skilled. You might have Lightboard? No, 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 no. No, no. Good boy, good, 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 good.
I'm ready to rumble.
bitch. I got you. Ah! Take him, not me. Ah! Oh, I'm playing as V. V Bunyasak. She's one of the newer characters who's been added. She came out with the Krasu, right? She was with Krasu, right? Am I blind? No. You're only seeing her from like the back of the head. Oh, here's her front. She's a drummer. Yeah, this headpiece is my favorite, and then of course the Einstein Kills shirt is so cute. I love the pink hair. Definitely my favorite cosmetic. Yeah, she is lovely with a capital V. Get it? Yeah, she's a drummer. Oh, let me, shark! You're gonna die! Shark! Okay.
I appreciate it.
With a capital V, Haley Williams. Oh, cool. I fear we must run. I shouldn't have done that. More Meg? Oh, Shark's plot twisting. Okay. Let her heal. She's onto something. Don't worry. I haven't touched a generator once, by the way. Just throwing it out there. Not once. What? What did he see? He goes down once? Strong. Oh, what the hell? I see. Oh yeah, Hoops has the biggest PP. Don't let me forget to stretch after this, by the way. Don't let me forget. 33. The biggest is 69 that we can get. The possibilities. What is happening? What's up, Psy? From the Psycho. You have not been live for 8 days. Shut the front door. Nuh-uh. Have you been doing like a subathon or something? What's up, Rhino? Hi, Escape. Psy, shut up. 8 days? Nuh-uh. Are you okay? Who hurt you? Also, just realized the bot's on the hook. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, man! What's up, Connie Gaming? Nuh-uh. Escape, nuh-uh. Are you okay? Alright, well, Sai, I would need you to do me a big favor. I need you to go raid and run. Get the heck out of here. Go get your post-stream self-care. Oh, happy birthday! No way! Oh my god, everyone say happy birthday to Sai! And please get your post-stream self-care. Go. Get out of here, raid and run. Get the heck out of here. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. If you guys are new here, hello! My name is PixelxKitten. I play a lot of DBD. Oh, I forgot about Friends of the End. I play a lot of DBD and a variety of other games. We do a lot of variety, a lot of indie horror. And we are currently giving away some Jason DLCs today, thanks to Behavior. Big fans. And, oh, there's a generator. Actually, we'll go do that, Jen. But we have one more Jason code to give away tonight. And we'll do it at the end of stream tonight. No, please eat something, Sai. I'm so happy for you. 8 days. That's insane. I hope you've been taking care of yourself. And I hope you've had the best birthday ever. And thank you so much for raiding. You guys are so heckin' sweet. Thank you guys so much for the raids. What the fudge? Anyone who's just joining us or anyone who has been here, anyone who's in chat right now, it feels like yapping, tell me, who was your favorite survivor? Who's your favorite killer? Go. Mine are Ace and Twins. Ace and Twins. Eggs, hey, breakfast foods are appropriate all times of days. Thank you very much. Oh, I need a... I need a flash Meg. I finally unlocked one. Meg and Meg. Evil, yeah. Obviously. Yes! Please type hashtag Jason if you guys want to enter the giveaway. Also, thank you very much for all the follows. I see all the follows, and I'm so grateful. Thank you guys so much. Welcome in. Huntress and Meg! No, those are such good choices! Michael, yes. Michaela and Plague, yes. Carlos, and the first. Oh, just hashtag Jason. A's. I love A's. Michaela and Chuck. Oh, but Tiffany. Okay, so the good girl. You recommended me, Escape? Well, I hope you guys didn't regret it. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. I'm sure you guys will super not regret it, right? I'm joking. Thank you guys so much for being here. I don't really, like, play this game well, but I like to argue that I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Like, if I could do something funny or stupid, or if I could make someone laugh, or make someone cringe, you know, it's all worth it to me, right? I'm here to make you guys look better at the game by by being as awful as I am. Oh, where's Scrub? Can we do anything silly here? Oh, maybe this. What is happening here? Nice! Breakout! Let's go! I didn't think I was gonna get it. I got you, homie. You never fail to make me laugh. Or cringe, am I right? You guys just be nice to me. Leon and Jason? Ugh, God, Jason's so much fun. I've been very much enjoying playing Jason. Nice. Let's go! Back to back! Hell yeah. Alright, well that's all I had, Scrub, so I need you to stay alive for like a couple more seconds. Let me get another bang. Alright, you can die now. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on, chill. Let's go. Thank you! Oh, so Jason is like a spirit meets Deathslinger meets... Oh, poops. Fuck. You know what? Deserved. Don't know me. I got you twice. But yeah, Spirit and not Huntress. Spirit and Deathslinger and Springtrap hybrid. He's so much fun. Yeah, which is unfortunate, but I still love my Springtrap. I still love him. I spit all over my phone. That's alright. My phone liked it. I'll take it. I'll take a save over living any day of my life. GG's. Daddy, no! Daddy, yes! Oh, really, Tom? I see. Okay. Oh, cool. Oh, let me get my stretchy in. Let's go to the side. So don't flash the camera like I did last time. I know. How disappointing. Pixel hates her chat. Oh, big stretch. Okay, if I do this, you see it? Okay, no. It feels so good. Someone yell at me to work out tonight. You did squats today! No way! Oh, so you did that tonight? So you mean tomorrow's gonna be miserable for you is what I'm saying. No, you're absolutely right, Tom, and it sucks, but I feel I'll still pick him. Let him live! Let him live! Let him live! Yay! Which sucks because he's only been out for a year, right? Ooh, yes! 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 Kill the bot! Kill them, Jason! Kill them all! What a bummer. Oh my god. We still love him though. We still love us Queen Twap. Really? Really? Oh, Tom, that breaks my heart. I think I still will. Just for like the novelty of it, right? Because it was before I was in the creator program, so I bought all those skins with money. So it's like, I feel like I have to. I feel like I'm like monetarily obligated to play him. I've never been able to be sold solely a novelty. I have to. I love him so much. So for years when I came back to your stream, it felt like I never left, except you got funnier? What? You don't have to lie to me. I already love you. You're so sweet. What the fudge? Come back for a reason, that's all I'm saying. Look at. I'm gonna need you to look at me. No, you! Got it. Oh, change the battery percent by 1. Oh my god. This game is going so long, but I love it. What if she takes another shot, chat? I want it. One's in chat if she should take another shot. She is in me. I third person sometimes. It's weird. I know. I'm cringe, but I am free. 6, 7? There's the cringe, the aforementioned cringe. I'll take a shot too. Oh, come. What about some rum? Some Kraken rum. What do we think? Can she? I'll have to see that. Sushi Guy, yes! Sushi Guy has been called. No, it's funny because even if he downs Scrubsky, who is live right now, by the way. Even if he downs Scrubsky has conviction. Because he'll probably slug for the 4K, which makes sense, obviously. I gotta wait to get more to drink. Ugh. What are you drinking, Escape? Thank you, Timothy. Did you really? I want to see it. Do you have a clip of it? I'll drink some water. Wolf, I appreciate that. Hydrate. What did you... This is actually going not bad. Like, I'm not sure what this Jason is doing for, like, I'm not sure if he's like faffing about or what. Moonshine? What flavor? What flavor? Oh, let me snooze this ad. We'll play it during the lobby. Yeah, I'd be down with that, Tom. Absolutely. Yes, don't pick him up. Don't pick him up. Yes. Good submissive Jason. No. Bad stinky Jason. Maybe he won't make it to the hook again, because he really seems to be only going to this one. Yeah, I think he is letting him go. Corn, whiskey, moonshine? No, I'm good. I'm good. My headset's gonna die. No. Do you think it could last like another half hour? Oh. No way Scrub's still alive. Alright, you guys ready for the shots? You guys ready? Cheers! Salud! So much cat hair. No, he gets conviction, don't worry. Cheers. Yucky! 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 No way! Wait, how strong are the gummies, Rogue? Does it really look at? No way. Damn, that was a long game. That was fun, though. GG's. GG's. Oh, his name is Moth. That's so fun. GG's! Oh, I didn't mean to be that in all caps. Oh, he got a perfect game! Tastes exactly like vodka. That was their LG, I think, right? Thanks for the games. I had the best time. Rip! I honestly thought you were for sure gonna survive. Jojo. You. Bye bye. Oh wait, hold. Where am I typing? Where am I typing? Oh, there it is. Bye bye. Amy! Amy's like, give it to me. Congratulations on the VIP. Hi, Gear Grim. Gear Grim, I hope you're doing so good, homie. Amy, I hope you're doing so good. Happy weekend! Oh, I love this song. It's mine and Bible Penguin song. Picture it somehow in your head.
Hello.
Thanks for the follow. Welcome, man. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Oh, that's right, Gear. How is that going? I'm on cloud 9. Fudge, yeah, that's awesome. Amy, I hope you're doing so good this weekend. Barely. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissing. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay as long as I'm streaming. But when I'm not streaming, it's rough. But you know, it's mentally. Bleh. So I got them from the dispensary, but they were strawberry colada. Ooh. Do you know, what's the milligrams for them? I want to be loved. That's so cute. Oh, man. For Brick and... Really? But it's going well. Okay, I'm glad it's going well. I'm glad it's going well. I just use a snooze, but okay. Add now, no ending game. No way! Oh, I hate biking. Ugh. You can keep that. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's because, like, I can never understand, like, what gear to use or anything like that. Oh, no! Oh, Raven, you're so good! Raven, you're Gucci's a coochie. You're so good. It was either gonna be, like, now or in a couple minutes. You're so good. I appreciate that, Raven. You're so hot for that. Barely. Thank you for the 7 stream streak. Oh, okay. Pretend like I spelled that right. Really? No way, Dangos. That's cool. Oh my god. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. What if we opened another pack of Pokemon cards? Oh, you're about to jump up. Uh-oh. Whoa! He was doing the whole wiggle butt thing and everything. Alright. Alright, can Mommy get her Pokemon cards? Alright. We do have only one more DLC left to give away, and we're going to give away right at the end of stream. Alright. Chaos Rising! Let's open you. Girl, can you stop with your... Can you stop with your tail? Oh, good boy. Good lay down. Good lay down. Open. I honestly, like, I don't even care about opening these because I already got the card that I wanted, you know? So this is all just like bonus. Hi, Kyle. Guys, it's Kyle's birthday on Monday. Are you most excited? Yeah. Yeah, Jasper's tail just kind of goes everywhere.
Hello.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see all the follows, and I love your username. Welcome in. Also, Tom, are you going to go to bed? Tom, go to bed. Guess the energy card. Water, electric, fire, fighting, psychic, grass, dark, or metal. Soon. You got all your goodies already? I just saw your message in the mod chat. I'm so excited for you. Yeah, Kyle's birthday is on Monday. We're very excited to have him in our lives. Psychic? Oh, I'm so excited, Amy! What's his name again? Shane? I'm very excited. Yeah, he's right in my lap. Hi, Jojo. I can't scooch very close to the monitor. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Nuh-uh. Kyle, of course there's some sort of issue. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, lovely. Mareep. Finnegan. Sorry, I can't scoot in very close because he's on my lap right now. Baltoy. Matang. Emma. Ninetales. Wimpod. Froggy! Oh! And a Gorgeist EX. Cool. I want to say I have this already. I'm not sure. I don't know if I have this already. This might be new. No, not yet, Bunny. I'll see him after stream. Yeah, I'll take it. 3 packs so far, 2 hits. And one of them was my chase card. It's the only card I wanted. I mean, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't mind the Mega Greninja FIR, but I really wanted the Fro game. Please do first names because you were given the vibes right now. Yeah. I'm so glad. The indigenous community deserves representation. So I'm so glad that we have Shane in the fog. Soon, next week, right? Oh, so cute. Alright, Jojo, you gonna sit in my lap while we play? Oh, no, not yet. Not yet, Bunny. Bunny. Alright. Yes, Amy, hell yeah. Ooh, Rain, that's such a subjective question. Because it really just depends on your play style. Like, are you more of a support? Like, do you enjoy healing? Do you like objective? Do you like doing, like, the generators? Gen Princess? Okay, Deja Vu. Right off the bat. Oh, really, Tom? I would say Deja Vu right off the bat. Just because it shows you, like, the 3 closest gens to each other. The three gen, as it were. And you get a bonus to doing the gen if you do one of the 3 highlighted gens. So that's just always good. I don't know. Would Alert be good just because Jason breaks so much stuff? I don't know. Kindred is always good. Bond is always good. I love Bond. Bond stays on during sex. You know what I mean? I say Deja Vu would be the biggest one. Buddy, what? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Dirt Biker. I have to have that on because people are really mean to me, Dirt Biker. But welcome in. Thank you so much for coming over the raid. I really appreciate you. Sorry for all the hassle. I know it is a hassle. But seriously, welcome in. And don't forget to enter the giveaway if that's what you're hoping to do. Hashtag Jason. Yeah, let's do another Jason game. The queues are only 3 minutes. It's not bad at all. Oh, yeah, Windows. Or, what's that one V perk? No, it's not V. Is it 11? No, Dustin? Oh, it's a new one. Isn't it? Is it V? What's the one I'm thinking of? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4? No, not that one. It's like the I said that earlier. Raymond, that's so funny. It's like Windows. Oh, here it is. Oh, it's Quan Tai Young. Here. 5 moves ahead. You see the auras of the 5 closest pallets in Windows. After you drop a pallet, you start moving 50% earlier. Whenever you drop a pallet, cool down 30 seconds. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. Because that one's pretty good. No? Oh, I don't want to do this build. This is the build I want. Yeah, 5 moves ahead. Now, it's all personal preference. But I would do that over Windows. Yeah. I've been really enjoying presets. Oh, and smash hit. See, I would love to do a smash hit if I lived closer to a server. Cause I just don't fudging get pallets done. It's so frustrating. Hi, rappers! Rappers are doing so good. But we do enjoy smash hit in this house. Also, a Nicholas. Look at this lobby. V, Nicolas Cage, Maria, and Alan Wake. What a unique lobby. I like this. I forgot what parental guidance does. Whenever you stun the killer. Shit. Oh my god. Very demure, very mindful. In about 30 minutes, we're gonna pull the winner, by the way. Or less than 30 minutes. I don't know. Between now and 30 minutes. Because my headset says she's about to die, so I don't know how long she's gonna last for. Oh, and it's V, right? Yeah. I don't know. I'd be psyched if it was this when it gets this lobby, because it's so cool to have like different characters that you don't normally see, right? James's only good creation. Real. I still need to play the Silent Hill remake. I think I own it. I want to say I own it. But I haven't played it. Megs, and only Megs. I wonder who the killer is. So I was looking at offerings. Of every character. Oh my god. Shut the front door. Oh, I know who the killer is. Okay. I don't know what I was gonna ask. I'm just so excited for the new Silent Hill skins with Hinako, and I still need to finish Silent Hill F. I've been wanting to finish it maybe off stream because there's so many games that I want to stream, so I might finish it off stream for Silent Hill F. But the nurse skin. Oh, I'm so gagged. Because I was saying when the announcement happened, it's like, I've always wanted to cosplay the nurse. Like 10 years ago when I was like a lot more fit than I am now. Although, I might just do it anyways, just because of the hype for the skin. And I'm so excited for the skin to come out. And I've always wanted to cosplay as the nurse. I think I should do it anyway. I think I should. And if you guys didn't know, Pyramid Head was one of my first cosplays that I ever did, and everything I did was handmade. I handmade his, like, skirt, I handmade, like, his foam helmet, and I handmade his giant sword. Now, what's really cool what I did with his sword was I added, this is my dad's idea, we added a weight into it so that when I walked with it, because I wore it on Halloween, when I walked with the sword, it literally dragged behind me because we added this, like, metal weight inside the giant foam sword. Now, I did it a step further, is I added these really cool, skateboard, like, skateboard things where what you do is you add them to the bottom of your skateboard so that when you do like these grinding tricks, they send sparks out. So what I did is I had my giant metal sword with the metal weight in the inside that literally dragged behind me as I carried it, and it had these sparklers at the bottom of it. So as I dragged it across the pavement, it literally created sparks, so it looked like I was carrying like a giant metal sword. It was the coolest thing ever. It was so cool. But yeah, I don't mean to brag, it was like the coolest thing ever. I wish I had like more pictures and videos of the cosplay, but I was also super fudging fit when I cosplayed it as well. So, and fun fact, I actually just pierced my belly button right before I wore that costume. So that was fun. I was literally in my bedroom at my parents' house, and I was like, I'm just gonna pierce my belly button, and I was like, pierced it. So that was fun. What's up, Scrubsky? Scrubsky, thank you so much for playing. I had so much fun. You know he's gonna come right back, right? You run. That last game was really fun, Scrub. Toxic, I'm not gonna lie. I have no clue what the fudge you just said. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Scrub! No, we did! We won that one game on Ormond. And that was a fun game. Where you bullied that Jason. I'll never forgive you for that. I had a lot of fun, though. Oh, making a sword? Yeah, totally. I know what that means. Do you really, Toxic? Shut up. That's actually so funny. Thank you for the shut up first, Karofsky! Cosplays for everyone, yeah. Do you like snowballs? Like snow as in like the actual balls of snow that you pick up off the ground? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm reading chat. Sorry. Oh, are there multiple endings? I didn't know that. I didn't know there were multiple endings for Silent Hill F. That's cool. But I still need to finish it. I feel like I'm like halfway through the game. Oh, I cannot wait. Because I remember them saying that there was going to be like some interactions between Negan and everyone in the game, in the lobby. I'm so excited for that. For a two-handed sword, weighing about 6 to 10 pounds and extending about 5 to 6 feet. Cheese and rice. That's so cool. Not just me cosplaying Jack Frost. Every cosplay that you do is goated, just so you know. Scrub. Zweihändler literally means two-handed. Oh yeah, eins, zwei, drei. Yeah, because that means two. Because eins, zwei, drei, yeah. I only know 3. Up to 3, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Maria. Goodbye, Maria. Canary. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Drei. Oh, yeah. Okay. Zwei beers, por favor. And, like, you have to do... What is it? What was that movie? With, Nazis. What's that movie? Where he, like, he held the 3? What movie was that? It was really cool being hugged during combat. Okay. Inglourious Bastards. God damn, I love that movie. That is such a good movie. Gorlami. Oh! No way! With your platonic spouses? Nah, that movie is so good. Everything about it, the actors, actresses, the little like nuances, the little Easter egg. I don't know. I love it. The movie is so good. Hey. Low battery. Low battery. Shut up, headset lady. Low battery. Oh, okay. Wolffang. That was my nickname in high school. You're all cute. No, you. I hope you have the best time playing Repo. I'll be in stream till I pass out. We should be ending in about 20 minutes. It was so fun. Good. 10.5 hours better be fun. Hey. 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 Nasty scalp. Scotty scalps. And I want my scalps. God, that movie's so good. Yeah, I don't think my headset's gonna die yet, but it is getting close. Whoa! Where? Where? Okay, there he is. Oh, I better be out by then? I hope so. You better go get some sleep. I'm gonna go do a different gen. Yeah. Not this one. Not that one. Oh, maybe I will go back to this one. Hold on. Oh, okay, you're there. Okay. I'll do this one. He has Death Hook. But we have one gen left. Almost saying the gen. Okay. Mod chat understood. Oh, we're like half and half. Like we're like same. Oh, Pain Wes. Okay, well now my gen's got further progress. Okay, I want to stay in my gen. Nice, he went to hers. Cool. Cool. Nice. I finished my generator. Nice. Oh. Hello, love. Hey. Hey. Ah! How'd you get so fast? Ah! No! No! Damn! Okay, but like, leave me here for a second. Oh, poops. GG's. Yeah, even if I could get my conviction up, I had to extract it still. Damn, GG's, 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 GG's. I shouldn't have taken the window. I should have faked it. GG's.
Hello.
Ajay, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Oh, this should be my last game of Jason for the night. No pressure. Hi, Marvelous. Marvelous, I hope you're doing very well. Happy weekend. Anyone got anything fun planned for the weekend? GG's, Maria. We did very well. I think we did very well for that game. GG's, Maria. Everyone say GG's. An Ace Visconti? What's my build? I forgot. Okay, we're good. Yeah, same build as before. Haven't changed it. G fudging G's. That was a fun game. Na, 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 na. I'm doing okay. The depression, like, full disclosure, my depression's been really fudged up. Which is why I canceled stream yesterday. But I didn't cancel stream today as much as I wanted to. Make sure you guys are extra thankful to Behavior, because the reason why I went live today and didn't cancel again is because Behavior gave me codes to give away. Otherwise, I would have canceled. So thank you, Behavior, for these codes. Oh, no way! What are you guys gonna play tomorrow, Canary? That's so cute. If you were alive to tell you. Oh! Oh, Hatchet Shag, bet! You know what? I think I brought... You know what's so funny? I think I brought that too. I totally forgot about that. But GG, Screech, you're so sweet. I hope you had such a good game. I hope you've been having good games too. Also, thank you guys so much for the follows. We are gonna pull the winner. Let's do it after this game. After this Jason game, we're gonna pull the next winner. Can I have a mod at everyone? Would that be okay? That we're gonna pull the last winner after this? What do you guys think? Could you send my Steam profile? I'm trying to get as many DBD streamers as possible. If it's okay. If not, who were you? Avid Kerm, who were you? I'll do my breast. Oh, thank you, Marvelous. You're so sweet. Yeah, so like after this game, we'll pull our last winner. Please and thank you. Let's go over here. Maybe. No dice. What? Who were you that I just played against? Whoa! I didn't think I was gonna get that! Also, thank you guys so much for the follows. Don't forget to type hashtag Jason if you want to enter into the giveaway. And I love bug. I don't think you get that. No, you don't! Oh, you have it? Oh! Well, I don't know. Okay, I'm stupid. So, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to sign people's profiles if I haven't played against them. Can I do that? I don't know. I don't know how that works. I'm so sorry. I'm not a smart man. I dropped out of college. Oh, hey. Hello, Carlos. What? Woo! Is that how that works? Anarchy. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh my god, so much gen progress. You know, actually, let's go check this gen. Because they were on this one. Let's check it. Oh, I didn't want to go back. Yeah, let's do this too. Aha! Back on the gen, love. Hey! Nice. I goop. No way! Ace, yes! That was awesome. Yes! Thank you, Loki. You're so hot for that. Thank you so much. Holy skill checks! What the fudge is happening here? Oh, the gen's done. Oh. Oh. Hello. Hello. Stompy stomp. Oh. Damn. Holy gen progress, Batman. Oh. Let's kick this one. Oh, we're invocating? Oh, come. We can do that. We can mess this up. Oh, she did it. Nice. I'll take it. That was really lucky with the nowhere to hide. Why is no one unhooking my boy Ace? Oh, there he is. Tweva. How dare you not unhook my boy? Nice. Yes! They got the invocation. No problem, no problem. Thank you for the follow! Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you all, and I appreciate you all. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. way! Oh my god. You did not just make me say that. That's so embarrassing. What's up, Cam? You just made me say no way, Jose. That's so funny. Hello, love? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. How embarrassing. Where, are you still here? Where'd you go? Oh, you went this way. That's so funny. You made me say no way, Jose. That's awesome. Oh, now he goes. Oh, maybe. No, probably not second, but still. You should have done it, Ace. You should have done it. Your mom was clever. W mom. That's so funny. Welcome in, Jose. So happy to have you on Twitch. I'm so sorry I never go live on YouTube. My PC hates me when I dual stream. I'm so happy to have you here, homie. Sable, is that you? Carlos. Someone's gotta get the. Oh, Trevor goes second. Damn. That's unfortunate. I'm like the only watcher. I know, and that's why, like, you're like so goated for that, you know? Well, I don't want to get Trevor. Oh, that's Carlos. Okay. I was like, I don't want to get Trevor because Trevor just got out fuck. So I don't want to get him. Oh no, Trevor didn't go to second. Okay, good. Trevor only is on first. Okay, we're good. I know how to read. Yeah. Very good gen perks these gamers have. Nice. Wait, where'd she go? Oh, there she is. Hello? Oh, damn, I'm stuck at this video game. Oh, sorry, love. Oh, I thought that was a window. I don't know what I was thinking. I literally thought that was a window. Yikes, I know. Oh, I get it here, though. I don't know why I thought that was a window. L streamer. I know. Yikes. Yourself as Arisa. I want to play Overwatch again. Guys, I miss Overwatch. Please give me more Overwatch. Please, I need more Overwatch. I did uninstall it just to make room on my PC because my PC's almost out of memory. Oh, hello. Who is this? Who is this? Ah, I know you're there. Would you like my Steam name? What is your Steam name? Hi, Boar! Everyone say hello, Boar. Or how's the Pokemon been? Nice. Nice. Oh, yeah! I've heard they're, like, super hot. Avaker? Okay, perfect. Ah. Hello, Trevor Belmont. We got a slug because we know Carlos is right here, right? Yes. Yes. And we pick this boy up. Ho ho ho! Let's go! But it's not over. Oh, okay, it's over. I was gonna say it's not over. It could be unbreakable. Could be conviction. Damn, GG's. Not so bad, right? Cam! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kiss, you. Uh oh. Kill. Yeah. Not bad! Not bad! GG's! Also, Avid Kerm. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kiss, you. Kyle, I didn't do yours. Kyle, mwah. Anarchy, mwah. Oh, the game was over though, so they just did the abandon feature. So I haven't yet. I know a lot of people are leaving as soon as they get into a game with Jason. Like I know people are making like their usernames DC if Jason. I totally understand. Jason just came out. Everyone and their mother is playing Jason. I totally understand that you're like tired of playing Jason, but I personally have not gotten anybody to DC at me for Jason yet. Danny, I literally have been wanting to make that my username. Oh, do you, Abbott? You know what? You know what? You enjoy who you want to enjoy. You know what I mean? Alright, so how do I sign someone's profile? Cosmos! Cosmos! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I searched them up on Steam. Sadako, Nurse, and Hag. Oh, cool! I am a big Twins and Nemesis enjoyer. Oh god, how do I search somebody? Hey, thank you for the follow! Oh, I love your name. I love when people have names that are spelled like words but aren't like spelled like the actual word. You know what I mean? Oh, here we go. Oh, that's recent people. How do I view friends in chat? No. Oh, here we go. Okay, I found it. I found it. I signed it. So I'm so lame. I literally I don't get asked to sign people's profiles often because I'm like fucking nobody. And I always sign people's Steam pages the same. Okay, I'm aging myself. I'm a millennial. And do you guys ever remember signing yearbooks? Sorry for 2020 kids who didn't get to go to school or graduate. But in yearbooks, you would write HAGS for have a great summer. So you'd write hags. And then there was another one where you do hackass. HAKAS. Have a kick-ass summer. And so I treat Steam profiles like yearbooks. And so anytime someone asks me to sign their yearbook, I write have a kick-ass summer. HAKAS. So, if you guys want something cool, don't ask me to sign your Steam profile. If you want something lame, I got you. Back in like 5th grade, see, you get it. Streamer just doing stupid things. I just kind of have a problem when I play an M2 killer. All I want to do is M2. Yeah, that's so real. That's like when I play as Twins. All I want to do is play as Victor. Oh, I got you. Thank you, Avid. I did find you, finally. I love Twins. They make me so happy. Yeah, I have been enjoying playing against Jason. Oh, really? I don't have strangers able to comment. I think only friends can comment on my profile. Cake. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. It was for your senior year? Loki, that's very funny. Oh, let's do our giveaway. All right, let me snooze this ad. All right, we're gonna do a giveaway. Guys. If you have not already, let me close the game. If you have not already, type hashtag Jason in chat to enter into the giveaway. We're gonna do our last giveaway. Last giveaway for the stream. The last giveaway. There's gonna be one more code that we're gonna do in the Discord either tomorrow or Monday. You have to be in the Discord. Sorry, loves. Sorry, lovelies. But it's just in case like someone like couldn't be here for stream because I know I stream non-EU friendly hours. All right, you guys ready? You guys got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. I haven't gone to any of my reunions. I don't want to. I mean, it's not that I like have anything against like the people, but if I wanted to keep in like touch with my friends from high school, then I would have just done it, you know. 1. Agumon, are you here? I know you were here like way at the beginning of the stream, 5.5 hours ago. Are you still here, Angel? It's in 2 years. Oi, jamoy. We'll give him a couple minutes. Actually, do you guys mind if I go pee? Do you guys mind if I go pee while we wait for Agumon to be here? Because I have to pee really badly. I know, low battery. I know, lady. Shush. Me too. A lot of my friends were either before or after me. Reminder that if anybody is under the age of 18, please don't tell me. I don't want to know. This is an 18 plus stream. But if anyone is under the age of 18, please don't say it because we will have to ban you. Yikes. Oh, have a good night. Everyone say good night. Kyle, we'll see you on Monday for your birthday. I'm gonna go pee. I will be right back. If Agumon's not here by the time I get back, we'll draw a new winner. But I'll be right back. Right back. A flashlight is what I would say if I found a flashlight.
You did.
I was like, do I use the pallet or the flashlight? I'm like, I don't know. What do I do? Oh, shit. Alright, Rafe. Here we go. Here we go, Rafe. Here we go. Let's dance. Let's dance, Philip. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if that pays off. Please don't call your girlfriend. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. He has wall hacks! He has wall hacks! He has wall hacks! Ah! Hold on. Hold on, Chad. Hold on. Close. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Maria! No. So that's what happened to my CJ, by the way. When I did my CJ with on the Wesker. Oh shoot. So that was a really thick tree. Oh look. Wait, hold on. We got both killers right here. Let's see if I could fuck with them. There we go. Get somebody. Come on. Come on, Baba. Come on, Baba. Come on, Baba. Sorry, I had 4 shots today. I really had to pee. You're gonna hate when you hear some of us in the stream are over 30. I'm a 33-year-old lady. Old as fuck. I know. Wrap it up, Unc. Alright. We're gonna draw a new winner! Ghost Gremlins! Ghost Gremlins, are you here? Because I held the sable. Straight up, what? What? Victoria! That's crazy. Stairs in 35. You know that one, like, meme where, like, they're in the war and they have, like, the helmet on and it's, like, all black and white and the guy's, like, got the helmet on and there's, like, bombs going off the background? That's Raven right now. 25-8 Unk. It's homie! That's so funny! Ghost Gremlins, are you here? That's right. It's alright. We're all just doing our own thing. As far as I'm concerned, you're all Unk to me. I'm joking. Victoria, that sucks. That's so, like, miserable, right? Na 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 dun 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 dun. I saw this dog. That's Boo. Boo just turned 4 last week. I'm Daddy. Hey, happy Father's Day, Loki. Oh, it's officially Father's Day for me. 5 minutes into Father's Day. So happy Father's Day to all you daddies out there. Bum ba 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 bum. He did get a lot of tweets today. Don't worry. So many. Yeah, you did? Okay, good, Victoria. That's so annoying. CST! We'll wait another minute, and if Ghost Gremlins ain't here, then we'll draw another winner. This is gonna come into towards the time of the night where we're gonna get a lot of people that entered in the beginning and probably aren't here. Because I totally understand. It do be late. It's midnight for me. We've been streaming for 5.5 hours. I have to say, though, thank you so much for all of the raids, all of the follows, the subs, the wubs, the titties, the bitties. Thank you guys very much. Also, if anybody is new here, I do have some socials if you guys want to follow. You guys don't have to. You deserve it. Oh, so you want a kiss?
Hello.
Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Good meeting, y'all. Have a good night, Cam. Everyone say good night, Cam. All right, we're gonna draw another winner. Chantel! Chantel, are you here? Chantel B XOXO. Are you here? Ah, I see. Congratulations, everybody. We just need you to be here to claim it. Just for fairness, you know. Paige and Chantel. Chantel already here. Over. Third not claim. Fourth of the night. You're so beautiful. Whoa! Victoria, now I know that's a damn lie. But thank you. It's the final countdown. Meow 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 meow. I think I'm gonna take an edible tonight. Cause I need to do my dishes, and I hate doing my dishes. Oh, did you hear that? I hate doing my dishes.
Lizard.
Chantel, party of Jason. Chantel, party of Jason. Over.
Lizard.
Na 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 na. Oh, Uvu's here! Oh wait. Oh no, Uvu already won. I thought you meant someone that we pulled. No, Uvu already has their code. Good evening, princess. Almost said good morning. Welcome back, Bravo.
Lizard.
I'm gonna win. Should we do the next one when we hit 1209? When we hit 1209, we'll pull another winner.
Lizard.
Not the princess. Bobble Penguin is the community's princess. But not princess. Princess. But like with clapping your feet and everything. No. Yes, she is, War. She's your princess, but she's our princess. Madeline! Madeline, are you here, Angel? Princess Banguini. Na 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 na.
Lizard.
More panic! Suck it! Madeline was here earlier, at least during our Chatterer game.
Lizard.
Quick, someone mention Hellraiser! Never look better, you can't stand it. Cause say so when you're... Just can't, cause I main Metal Princess Peach. Do you really? I've been, I'm a big Boo enjoyer. Hi, Kodiak! Kodiak, happy weekend. And also happy Father's Day to all the daddies out there.
Lizard.
That's Raven. That's a good way to get Madeline in here. Victoria, you're so sweet. Also know you. Rosalina. Your name. We might start just like quick firing these. Like if people aren't here like within a minute, we might just like start quick firing. What do you guys think? Shy Guy. I've always wanted to do a Shy Guy cosplay. Yes! There are 97 total entries. 3 people have won, and 5 people have not claimed. Quick fire works? Alright. What do you guys think? They get a minute? Alright, cool. Alright, we'll just do it now. Witchy Goth Mama! Are you here? Speed dating giveaway. How are we joining this? Wait, the giveaway? Hashtag Jason? I've never done speed dating, but I've done like speed friend making. What's the giveaway for? The Jason, the Jason chapter. It's in the pinned comment, Avid. This is gonna be the 6th person, but the 5th for this specific one, yeah. And at 12:12, we'll draw another one. Art thou here? A shy guy, not a sushi guy. What do I do if I win? Redeem the code in Dead by Daylight. And I know, it just doesn't feel like a night out with no sizing you up. And chaotic? So who is here, please? Do you guys want me to just restart the giveaway and only have people that are here right now? Or...
Thank you the damn thing.
Mitch, what the fudge? Mitch, thank you for the 16 birthdays? What the fudge? Rhino! Now, I know Rhino was just here a little bit ago. Thank you for the 16 months, Mitch. What the fudge? Enjoy your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and add your sub badge. Yes! Rhino is here. Let's go. W Rhino. I'm going to send you a whisper on Twitch. I was like, yes! I knew I saw you. No, GG's, Rhino. GG's. What's up, Red? Welcome in. I'm going to send you a whisper on Twitch right now, Rhino. And you have until September 9th to redeem this code. Congratulations, Rhino. Uvu, Caldera, and Willie T. Foxtrot. No, thank you. Thank you guys so much for being here and for entering these giveaways. Remember, there'll be one more in the Discord, and I'll be doing it either Sunday or Monday. W streamer. W behavior for giving me this opportunity to do these giveaways. All right, let's archive this.
Hello.
Let us. Thank you for the follow, guys. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. We will be live again on Monday. Oh shit! So remember on. Oh, it's 9. I got you. I got you. It's 9. Remember when I said that Gunner isn't doing live streams anymore? Well, I lied. Apparently, they're doing they're doing live streams again. All right, it's 9. I got you. I got you. Mitch, I got you. Oh, I got it work, because then they don't have to message me or message you. But thank you so much. You're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. All right, Mitch, I'm going to send you... No! Don't do that, War! Shut up. It's just easier. I'm sorry, Asia. No! No! Alright, let me know if those Discord invites don't work. Oh! You know what, Victoria? I'm gonna refund your points. I'm gonna do it anyway, because we're about to end stream. So, I want you to keep your money. Faith! Faith, think of the 2 birthdays? Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. Alexa, turn front basement light purple.
Alrighty.
Just because the game's or the stream's about to be over, I want you to keep. I want you to keep your channel points. But I still got you with the purple. Yeah, don't even get me started, Loki. Don't even get me started. But yeah, we're gonna end the stream now. Hells yeah. Congratulations. Congratulations, Rhino, Uvu, Caldera, and Willie T. Foxtrot on winning the Jason Voorhees giveaways. Yeah! Yeah, let me know. Because if they don't, then I'm going to make War do it. So that he doesn't hate me. They worked! Yippee! Raid, yes, we're going to raid somebody. Yeah, sure. Na, 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 na. I don't hate me. Bum, bum, ba, da, 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 da. Da 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 good night, guys. I hope you guys have the best night ever. Thank you guys so much for being here. Victoria, Nar, Yo. Goodbye forever. Goodbye. And seriously, anyone who is a father, even if it's a pet father, I hope you guys have a very happy Father's Day. Ward, do you want to do this one? Do you want to do this Discord invite? No, have a good night. It's 9. 9, thank you so much for hanging out. Nope. Okay. No problem. No problem. I know. I'm sorry. Faith. Oh. I needed that. Faith, do me a favor, love. Can you say something in chat, por favor? Because I need to message you. I'm so sorry. Hi, Irish Queen! Irish Queen, hope you're doing so good. I'm so sorry. I do not. You are so funny, Heisenberns. Faith, do you mind saying like a little like sending like an emote in chat if you don't mind? Sorry, I need to send you the invite, por favor. Oh, thank you. That works. Never mind, Faith. You're good. Oh, you are so smart. I didn't know that that was a thing. See, this is why my mods are my mods. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. God, you guys are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. What would I do without you? Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. Okay. Jasper, shut up! Someone tell my cat to shut up. Oh my god. Do you guys hear him? Oh my god. So what? What? Okay. Alright, let me know if any of those invites did not work. No. Oh my god, Faith, you're so perfect. You're so perfect. I did not think about adding you, because that would have been so much easier. Thank you. You're so smart for that. Whom should we raid? You know what? Guys, who we want to raid? Marvel Rivals or Fallout 76? Marvel Rivals or Fallout 76? You guys vote. Marvel Rivals or Fallout 76? Fallout, Marvel, Fallout, Marvel, Fallout. Oh, okay, hold on. Fallout, okay. Alright, we'll do Fallout. Alright. Alright. Are you done? Are you done, sweet summer child? Oh my god. Alright. Well, Uwootsy was our Marble Rivals streamer. So if you guys want to watch Marble Rivals, go watch Rootsy! Rootsy, who is currently streaming Marble Rivals. But we're going to raid into Megsy, who is currently streaming Fallout 76. You guys are going to love them both. Don't worry. Hello Kitty Island Adventure Slushy. Next time. Don't forget to use whatever raid commands or raid emotes you guys have. A big, heckin' huge thank you for my mods for everything they do in-stream and off-stream. Sonic Heroes, by the way. That's so funny. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for being here and hanging out with me. Thank you for the raid. Oh my god, Jasper. Thank you for the raids, the follows, the wallows, the lurkies, the turkeys, the subbies, the mummies, the titties, the bitties. And thank you guys very much for entering the giveaways. Shout out to Scrub and Shark for the games. That was so much fun. I love you guys very much. I hope you guys have the best night ever. Thank you guys very much for being here because I did not want to be here today, and you guys made me so happy. So thank you guys so much. From the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys on Monday. Monday will probably be more Dead by Daylight. To the shock of nobody. Yippee! Have the best night. I love you guys. Happy Father's Day. Bye-bye! Ah! Over there! Ah! Oh my god. It'll be fine.
Surprise!
Oh my god. Can we not? Can we not? Can we be nice to Pixel?